Sorry, I'm always stopped dead in my tracks whenever I'm reading a story about Zach Greinke. Zach Greinke, one of the better pitchers for years in the MLB, right? But he's a total weird guy.
Well, he's an interesting cat, is the way I put it.
So I actually know this guy. His name's Mike Jersley. He was the manager for the, at the time, AAA Royals in Omaha.
Right, Jersley? What?
Mike Jersley.
Jersley.
He's a very good manager in the minors. I
don't
know why you're doing that.
Right, Jersley.
Okay.
He told a story when he told Greinke he was getting called up for the first time to make the bigs. You know, a dream in every minor leaguer's life. I get the call to go up to the MLB. Said, Zach, I've been told you're going to do one more start down here, then they're calling you up. Congratulations, kid. You earned it. I'm happy for you. Greinke, after a very long pause. I don't know. Do you think if we asked them, they would let me go back to single A and be a shortstop? I think I can be a pretty good shortstop. Jersley, after an equally long pause. What in the world are you talking about? Are you kidding me? Greinke, I think I want to play shortstop. I was thinking I could start at single A and then, work my way up. Zach, this makes no sense. They're calling you up to the big leagues. The big leagues, this is your dream. This is everyone's dream. Greinke, oh, okay. And with that, Greinke got up from his chair and went back to the clubhouse. To this day, Jersley doesn't know if he was serious or not. Every single story with Greinke is something like that. You're getting the call up. What if I went back to single A and I just tried to be a shortstop, though? Don't you think I could be a good shortstop coach? Anyway, there is something that is happening. Yesterday, they announced the all-star starters. Jokic, obviously part of that group. Not a big surprise. So congratulations to him. Another one of those accolades under his belt. We have been waiting for Jamal Murray's entire career to see if he is worthy of being an all-star at some point. Guys, if it doesn't happen this year, it's never happening for him. There is no reason why Jamal should not be an all-star. None.
Next week, the coaches, they vote for that. It's the Western Conference coaches who vote on the reserves. And I'm looking at the list of candidates. There's no way Jamal Murray's left off. There's no way.
He's averaging 26 points, 7 assists, on 49% from the field, 45% from three, and 89% from the free throw line. That 50-40-90 club, that exclusive club, he's this close to being a part of it as of right now.
Everything he's doing is the best he's ever done it.
Yeah.
And it's all-star worthy. So if he's not going now, like you said, then he's not going again. Hey, Vic, when did they change the format?
This year.
Okay, so they don't they don't pick the teams anymore with the the captains and all that kind of crap.
No, this year they have 3 teams, two U.S. teams and 1 international team, and they will play a series of games. And then
two U.S. teams and 1 international team.
Yeah,
sounds lame.
It's
and I think is it 3 teams? Oh God, I got to go back and look at this. I'm going to the All-Star Weekend. I should probably know this, but it's so convoluted now.
Where is it?
It's in L.A.
Really?
Yeah, it's at the Clippers Arena.
Oh, that's right, at the new Intuit Tree Dome.
So after they do that,
the house that Trees built,
then they'll announce that Kawhi is suspended for the rest of his life.
Yeah, okay.
But Jamal, I think more than that, than just the raw numbers. And the numbers are obviously there. They are all-star, slam dunk type of numbers. How about the bigger compliment that I think you can pay him? Jokic has been out of the lineup for how long now? 3 weeks?
Since December 29th, the injury occurred.
You haven't moved a spot in the standings since then.
You actually moved up for a while, and then you moved back down.
That, I think, is the biggest compliment you can pay to Jamal, that for a time being in there, he was the only starter of the 5 left, and the team didn't move.
Yeah.
Well, that was the case the other day, too. With AG out, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's out, and he has been holding down the fort with amazing play and amazing numbers.
Tonight's going to be a challenge. They've got the Lakers in town, and the Nuggets are not going to have, last I checked, yesterday's injury list. Joker's not playing. Jonas isn't playing. Cam's not playing. Christian Brown's not playing. Now it's AG and Jamal.
Real quick, though, I was reading on the, see if I can find it. Who wrote this? NBA Insiders on ESPN. And they were projecting out on who's going to be in. And, yeah, let's project the rest of the rosters. But building off Bontemps' recent All-Star picks, so Scotty Barnes, Jalen Duran, and Jalen Johnson, Mitchell in the East, Durant, Edwards, Jamal, and Şengün in the West. So they're projecting him to be in, Vic.
He should
see
be.
what happened last night? A big turn of events that impacts the Western Conference. Jimmy Butler in a game against Miami went down with an ACL out for the season.
Saw that.
Has Jimmy ever had an injury like that before?
I don't know.
He's been a pretty healthy guy, hasn't he? I mean, I know that Jimmy's missed time just because I remember his last days in Miami. If he farted incorrectly, they would have suspended him for 2 weeks. But I don't think maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember him ever having like a huge injury that's kept him out like that. Maybe I'm incorrect on that. Who knows?
And watching that just gave me chills because it was near the exact same spot where Jamal Murray tore his ACL at Golden State. Something about that gym.
Change the turf. Play on grass.
Well, that's it for the Warriors. Not that they had a chance to win it all anyway. They were always going to be sort of on the outside looking in.
The Warriors are a mess, dude. They're a shell of their former selves.
Yeah, now all this does is...
They were 8. They're going to drop. They'll drop to 10, get in the play-in.
We said this when the season started. It's like the Warriors' idea was let's sign 2 more 40-year-old people and put them on the roster. Like, you're already old.
Mm-hmm.
That was never going to work, ever. By the way, Nuggets-Lakers tonight on 92.5. Coverage starts at 7:30 with the pregame show presented by Ramos Law, so stay tuned for that as the Nuggets are back in action, taking on the Lake Show. I think that the way that Jamal has been playing absolutely fits him into the All-Star conversation. But another thing, I heard Polumbus talking about this, and I don't know how you guys feel. David Adelman is a very, very big Bills fan. And when the Broncos and Bills played each other, they were kind of asking him about it. This was after the game was done. They asked David Adelman about the game. He said this.
Did you hear about the Bills?
Yeah, I heard it was a catch, but they said it wasn't. No, I'll be honest really quick. An amazing game and super happy for Denver, but I feel terrible for Bo Nix coming out of a game like that. It's just so classic and all time. And that call could have gone either way. Either way, they made all the plays. You know, they make the kick to win it. It's stuff like that in sports you hate seeing because it's not deserved after a game like that. You want the team that moves on to go with the momentum they have. So the next game is as good as that one was. So super bummed for my team, but really cool for the city of Denver.
I'll be honest with you. He did not waver at all in his saying, like, I'm a Bills fan. I want the Bills to win. If not, and the Broncos win, it's still cool. It's like a win-win for me. Wouldn't you rather prefer somebody be honest with you instead of lie?
I have no problem with loyalties. It's you're putting yourself out there. You're putting yourself out there. Just like there's a fella from Colorado who plays for the Boston Celtics who's rooting for the Denver Broncos this week.
Saw that.
And our fella, friend of the show, Derek White. Shout out to his pop, Richard. Derek is a true Colorado hero. A Coloradan. True and true. To the point where he lives in the most dangerous city in the world when it comes to sports fandom. And for him to speak into a microphone in Boston, among all those people, that he's rooting for the Broncos this week.
Yeah.
That is as brave as it gets. That is courage personified.
That being said, if we had a guy on the Nuggets from Boston.
We do.
Who?
We do. His name is Bruce Brown. We do have a guy on the Nuggets from Boston.
He's from Boston.
Yeah.
If Brucey B comes out and said, I'm absolutely rooting for the Patriots.
He probably will.
Well, then I'll have kittens. I will birth a litter of kittens. That's correct.
I don't see anything wrong with this.
Okay.
Now, I'll tell you right now, I love the Broncos. If the Broncos play the Lions in the Super Bowl, my dad needs one before he dies.
Nelly,
okay?
do you have the sound from Derek White?
I sent you. You know exactly who I'm rooting for.
No doubt. Listen, man, our good buddy Ryan Harris, hope he's listening. The day he put on a Minnesota Wild jersey on his program, I wanted to fight him and I love him, and I wanted to fight him so bad, Vic. And he's big and strong and tough, not like me, but I wanted to fight him. I thought about taking my chances. I decided not to. I'd lose for sure. But
Listen,
I'm like, dude, you cannot do that in front of me. You can't do it.
It's
I'm
everyone's
sorry.
right. And, last week, Buffalo, there are a lot of people
It's
in
everyone's
Denver.
right to
No,
vote.
but let me finish my thought before you go off like a dummy. There are a lot of people that are from the New York area that live and work among us in the media who are faking Bronco. Yeah, go Broncos. But deep down, they were pulling for the Bills. That was their childhood team. I get it. That's fine. But you got to be very careful here. You got to be very careful. Like, I'll give you an example. If CU played Notre Dame for the national title game, you know where my loyalties lie. I would never go public with that stuff, ever. I would be absent. You would not hear from me. I would fall off the face of the earth.
I don't
No
know
way
how
you
that
would
happen.
hear from me.
I mean, you do a radio show every day. I would ask you about it.
You can ask me all day long. I wouldn't. I'm just telling you right now. You just can't.
Josh Manson's wife is from California, like your daughter's boyfriend or whatever he is now. What's his name? Whoever he is, doesn't matter.
Mr. Bill's father.
If I see Manor tomorrow in the locker room and he goes, "Oh man, what a great Lakers win," I'll be like, "Dude, we got to go. We have to go."
Again, you would lose that one.
That's fine, but you,
I for sure would lose. I'm just saying that I don't know that I can handle that.
well, tonight, guess what's going to happen tonight?
It's going to be packed.
I'm going to
with
go
Lakers fans.
to Ball Arena, and there are going to be an abundance of Lakers fans, LeBron fans. They're going to walk around like they own the place because they always do. One of the security guards told me the other night, so funny. It was unsolicited. We were just talking about fans. And she says to me, the nights we hate the most are the Lakers nights. I go, really? Why? Because they walk around here and make noise and think they own the place. Just like that. Those words were said to me. I was like, are you kidding me? She goes, it's the worst. We're on high alert every time the Lakers come to town.
I believe it.
So that's what you're going to get tonight.
Yeah, I believe it.
There's a lot of Caps fans yesterday there, too.
I think the reason is, number one, nobody's from D.C., by the way. Nobody lives in D.C. I mean, nobody's from there. Like, I'm born and raised Washington, D.C.
Very few people.
But I think the reason is, this is sort of, to me, and by the way, they all knew their Caps chants and all that kind of crap. So I think there were people, they're spread out, but they come to a central location because this may be the last time they can see Ovechkin. You don't know what's going to happen. He may retire.
Yeah.
And so I think that Capitals fans are sort of treating it like this may be the last time I ever see him. In fact, I knew there were a couple of Caps fans there from Oklahoma, but they came to Denver for the game because they can't get any, it was the easiest way for them to get to go see Ovi one more time and blah, 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 blah.
Anyway, the courage and bravery of Derek White in Boston, among the most violent fans in the world. Probably, if you think about a fandom, they call themselves by a bad name. They love the fact that they're known as the most violent fan base in the world.
It's not even, I think it's sayable on the air.
No, don't say it.
I won't say it, but I think technically it is sayable.
Fine, but we don't need to say it. But here is the courageous one, Derek White, talking about his Bronco fandom.
I like the Broncos. All right, I like the Broncos. I don't know how they're going to win, but they're going to win. It's in Denver. New England has struggled in Denver in the past. It'll be a good game, though.
Do you have conversations with a lot of Patriots fans?
Yeah, I've talked to her. We got a lot of Patriots fans around here, but I've been holding it down for Denver, and I got a long week ahead of me. I want to jump to conclusion. But Jared Stidham, I've been watching highlights. I'm positive with it right now, and so it should be a good game.
Hey, man, when it comes to these guys who are professional athletes and they move around from team to team and they still root for their childhood teams, I'm going to give them a pass for that reason because they're in the business. Christian Brown's a Chiefs fan. Deron Holmes is a Chiefs fan. I'm sure there are a ton of Avalanche players that are Boston fans. You just won't say it. You won't admit it.
They better not.
Oh, You won't identify.
I'm just telling you right now, they better not.
303-504-0925. Again,
There'll be hell to pay.
something for a very complete team, the New England Patriots. They do a lot of things really well. There's one thing they do really badly, and it's what you do really well on your side. We'll get to it next.
Listen, if you've been hassling with glasses and contact lenses, you need readers like I'm wearing right now, progressives or bifocals. You're just sick of all those terms, right? I've got a solution for you. It's pretty simple. Refractive lens exchange. What is it? I have no idea, but I know you can get it at Dr. Cutarelli Vision. He is the best in the business. You having trouble reading those menus, texting on your phone, and you want to do it without glasses? Try RLE, the permanent solution to spending your good active years without reading glasses. And you know what else? The bonus here, you will never develop a cataract. Call Dr. Cutarelli today. Over 90,000 vision procedures under his belt. He's the best in the business. ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com.
The gods.
Can somebody confirm, by the way, that all these pictures and videos I'm seeing out of Russia are real? Where they have like snowdrifts that are higher than 15-story buildings?
That seems fake to me, but
But they're everywhere. They're everywhere.
I haven't seen like snow compacted like that in such a long time. I forgot what it looks like, a snowdrift.
No, it looks so almost apocalyptic. If these things are real and I'm not being duped from Russia, I need help from people because everybody's saying this isn't AI, that it's real.
You're not being duped. I mean, the Russians are always super honest.
So they're getting all our
look,
snow?
It's not from their government. It's people recording from their windows. I mean,
I'm just teasing. I don't know, Brett. I have no idea, to be honest with you.
because it's insane. It looks. Look,
I
if
don't
that
look
was
at
me,
windows.
I would immediately move. If that happened to me one time, I'm like, that's it. Never doing this again. What the Patriots do, because they do a lot of things really, really well. They run the football well. They throw the football well. They stop the run well. They stop the pass well. They're just a really, really well put together team.
You realize in the regular season, they were a top 10 passing defense and a top 6 rushing defense.
Yeah. They don't really have weaknesses.
I think their defense, because we're enthralled with Drake May. I say enthralled, listen to me. I think we overlook how good their defense really is.
There's one thing.
Throw the ball 65 times. Listen to me. Listen to my game plan.
Hang on. Let me get through this real quick though. There's one thing that they do really poorly.
What, punt the ball?
Drake May was the 4th most sacked quarterback in the league.
Correct. They give up sacks. That is correct.
A lot of them.
Yes, they do.
Here's the only quarterbacks that were sacked more than Drake May over the course of the regular season. And you'll find a common theme here. Geno Smith, how was the Raiders' offense?
It was crap.
Okay. Cam Ward, how was the Titans' offense?
Crap.
Justin Herbert, their O-line was the worst in the league. You have one thing you do really well, which is attack the quarterback. Drake May, in the 2 playoff games he's played so far, has been sacked 5 times apiece in the last 2 weeks. Yeah?
They're not going to throw the ball.
What do you mean?
They're not going to throw the ball. They're going to run the ball. New England's going to run the ball on Sunday. And they're going to run a lot.
They've thrown the football quite a lot.
Just watch.
Over the course of the year.
Just watch what they do.
Okay.
What did you think about the Broncos' run defense the last month?
Wasn't great.
Not great.
How's it gone the last month? How do you think they're stopping the run?
Not very well, Vic.
Do the New England Patriots, do they get tape of games? I'm just curious. Do they watch?
Sure.
They're going to run the ball.
They probably
got
have some
2
guy
backs who can do it. They're going to run, and then some.
Yeah.
Okay. But they're still going to have to throw the ball occasionally.
Sure. Yeah, they're going to play action, that stuff, and it's going to be a lot easier to throw it. I mean, listen, I want to believe you and say, oh, good luck, man. He's going to be back there. He's going to be having to dodge all these pass rushers. I get it. The one way around that, Josh McDaniels ain't dumb. He wasn't a very good head coach, but he's a hell of a coordinator. You got to run the ball.
Yeah. Look, they can run the football, and that's fine, and hopefully the Broncos do a better job at stopping it. But if you put them into passing situations, they don't protect very well, or Drake May holds onto the ball, football too long. And what's really weird is the 2 games that they've played in the postseason, they played against the Chargers. The final score was 16-3. Remember, Justin Herbert got sacked like 10 times in that game. It was just he was getting beat up everywhere. His O-line was terrible. That's one way that they escaped through the wild card round. The Houston game, again, Drake May was sacked a lot. I don't think their offense looked that great in that game, if not for C.J. Stroud giving them the football over and over and over again.
With one thing the Broncos don't do well, typically, is force turnovers, but they did against Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And May fumbled the ball plenty, so maybe that's the plan. Just pound the quarterback. But somebody had just texted in, Vic, and these are one of your people, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
The 2456. Well, they only played one winning team all year. Their stats are inflated. That comes from Paul. Okay, Paul, if you think that's the case, fine. I mean, maybe you say, oh, well, their schedule was poor. And
they're in the AFC title game. All that schedule stuff goes out the window.
But then you get to the postseason, and through their 2 postseason games, in terms of ranks overall, they're the 4th best passing defense in the postseason so far, and they are the number 1 rush defense. in the postseason. I mean, listen, I'm not going to sit here with Paul or anybody else and mince words. They're friggin' good.
They're really good.
You're going to have to friggin' find a friggin' way to friggin' beat them on the friggin' ground or through the friggin' air.
I think it's objectively hilarious that we're in the Final Four. We're in the championship games, and people are saying, oh, they had an easy schedule.
Yeah.
A team is in the championship game.
That doesn't apply anymore.
Stop with the easy schedule, this or that, or it was a fluke, or they barely won. This applies to all 4 teams now. There's a reason they're here, because they're better than everybody else. However you want to describe that, whatever you want to say, enough with the schedule and who they played. That stuff is all poop. And I know one thing. The New England Patriots, judging from their coach, their attitude, the way they've gotten here, they're going to line up and they're going to run the ball a ton on Sunday.
Yes, they are.
What the Broncos do to counter that is a mystery because they cannot run the ball. They can't.
Yeah, they ran it 32 times against Houston last week. Stevenson had 16 carries. Travion Henderson had 25.
How many times did they pass it?
27.
So the balance was there, but they ran it more than they passed it.
Why?
Someone says
Yeah.
Someone says I took that reasoning to college football with Miami. Flax, you couldn't be more wrong. You could not be more wrong. I predicted Miami to win the game yesterday. Think about this. Think about this in college football. Miami barely got into the playoff. Barely. And yet they had a chance on the final possession to win the whole thing. What does that tell you? What does that tell you about the whole selection committee and that process? What does that tell you? That's what I thought.
All right. I'm not.
What happened?
Can we leave this? Okay. Can we leave the Notre Dame angst and anger on the side now? I mean, it's the day after the Natty. We'll look forward to next season.
Has nothing to do with that. I was talking about Miami.
Oh, okay.
Listen to my words. I was talking about Miami. I was talking about teams. When you get there, no matter how you get there, we're in the Final Four of the NFL. I don't want to hear about their schedules and this and that. They won. They're here. They made C.J. Stroud look like a JV quarterback last week. Oh, well, they won because C.J. Stroud can't throw the ball. Well, they contributed to that.
It's true, though.
Oh, they won because Justin Herbert and the Chargers are, they're just too injured. Well, I saw the Chargers beat a lot of other teams.
No, I had those sort of reservations with them before the playoffs started. I was just curious to see what it looks like. They've surpassed any sort of skepticism that you can have now. They're just a really good team, and you got to accept it. Now, if you remember, here's Sean Payton on Jarrett Stidham after the game over the weekend.
Yeah, he's ready. He's ready. I said this at the beginning of the season. I feel like I've got a 2 that's capable of starting for a handful of number of teams, and I know he feels the same way. Watch out. Watch. Just watch.
So that was after the game. So at his Zoom presser yesterday, he told a story that he was getting mad at Vance Joseph over the course of this year during practice. Why?
One of Stiddy's great strengths is his mental aptitude and his progressions and understanding plays. There'd be practices where I'm looking at Vance like getting pissed off because Stiddy's making our defense, look bad.
So he said, I'm getting mad at Vance Joseph because Stidham's making the defense look bad. In which Zach Allen was asked about that as well.
He's really, really smart. He studies it, and he's like a second quarterback coach out there. And then on top of it, too, he can make every single throw. I think, you've seen in the games he's played for us and back with the Raiders, he's made some really incredible throws. And so, we're really lucky to have him, and it'll be good on Sunday.
I am not worried about Jarrett Stidham's skill set. I'm not worried about his approach. I'm not worried about the only thing that concerns me this week is rust. The guy has not attempted a pass in a real game in more than 2 years. That's the only thing I'm worried about.
You can practice.
I'm not worried about his skill set. I'm not worried about all of that. He's been at practice. Sure, practice isn't the games. It's not the
Vic,
games. It's not the same thing.
You can cut up a defense that can't take your head off. Hey, Brett, are quarterbacks in practice allowed to be touched?
No.
Are they allowed to be breathed on weirdly?
From a safe distance.
Okay. That's about it. It's a bit of a different story when you've got a 300-pounder, jumping through the gap and arms in the air, and he wants to hurt you as a human being. He wants to physically hurt you. It's a little bit different. Vic is completely correct. Listen, I don't question his arm strength, or I don't question his judgment. I don't question his brain. I don't question any of that. I question the guy just doesn't have the flipping reps. That's all. And I don't want to sit here and wring my hands about it. God, if they had a running game that could chew up 135 yards or even more, I'd feel a lot better, but they don't have that right now.
Can I ask you, well, we'll get to this on the other side, but let me ask this question. If you win a playoff game that gets you entry into a championship game appearance and you lose your starting quarterback in the midst of it, does this feel different than what it should? Typically, if that happens, you would feel this sense of dread. Like, are you kidding me? Our season's over now because our quarterback's gone for the championship game. And I don't know about you. I don't totally have that feeling. It's, of course, going to be a lot more difficult. I know that because he's not Bo Nix. But it doesn't feel like the steep drop-off that it would be with a lot of other quarterbacks put in that position. So we'll get there in just a second.
Okay, fine.
So just hang on to it. Hang on to it. We'll get there in a second.
Fine.
Got another keyword coming your way in just a few minutes. Stick around.
Hey, folks, you've heard about my sauna, I'm sure, because I've been sweating in that sucker every night. It is so nice to have a place to just sit, relax, think, post-workout. I've done it every day since I've had it, and I can tell you this, it's made me think a lot about life. Do you want to think about life? Get yourself a sauna. I got mine at Flatirons Fire and Design, 53rd and Bannock, North I-25. They have the finest showroom in town, not just saunas. They've got outdoor kitchen stuff, the best fireplaces you can find. That's Flatirons Fire and Design. Online, you can find them at flatironsfire.com and tell them Vic sent you. We like to think and sweat.
It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday, and your 820 keyword is Hinton. Like Kendall.
I got
these are all back.
Hinton. And your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Put that up, Nelly, please. I'll give Vic 1,000 guesses as to who this is.
Dude, I don't do cartoons. I don't do satanic music.
This isn't satanic. Just
Okay.
sounds
It
like
sounds like Satan right here.
Just to finish.
I don't do satanic music. I just don't do it.
Just to
Dave
finish.
Mustaine.
Just to finish, it's Hinton in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Gives you a chance to win tickets to the Avs and Ducks tomorrow. Papa Murphy's is the home of the $10 Tuesday. Just $10 for any large pizza
Is that
order.
Metallica?
No, it's not.
Is
You're
that
close.
one of them weird...
I'll tell you, I'll give you a hint. The guy that was just singing and playing guitar was in Metallica at one point.
Yeah, okay.
Order at papamurphys.com.
Is that the name of the band?
PapaMurphys.com. We got it.
All right, cool.
Well, try not doing reads. I tell you what, you know who you blame? You blame that guy next to you. You're doing a read, and he wants to talk about music. That's all he wants to talk about during a 3-hour sports show is music.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 sentences is all I had to get through.
Okay, who started it?
And it took a minute and a half.
Who started it? All he wants to discuss, you know what, Moshe? Honest to God, you should be doing a music show because every conversation out of your mouth is about music.
I could actually see Moser doing that too.
You should. You should do a 3-hour morning music show just discussing the history of whatever that Satan song was and all the other music you listen to.
Should I apologize? Hey, listen, $10 for a large pizza at Papa Murphy's, I'm in.
Yeah, way to make up for it, Moser.
Hey, I love it. I love Papa Murphy's. I love $10 Tuesdays. Get me in all day, every day.
Here's the question. The drop-off from Bo Nix to Jarrett Stidham is a big drop-off.
I don't know if that was a question.
How do you know that?
What's that?
How do you know it is?
Because he's a backup quarterback, Vic.
I know, but how do you know it's? He just called it a big drop-off. How do you know that? We haven't seen it.
I'll give you my reasoning in a second.
Yeah.
But this is where I'm coming from.
Sure.
This does not feel like Patrick Mahomes going to whoever, Chris Oladokun or whatever his name was.
Alagwadakaloon.
It doesn't feel like that. If the Chiefs made the AFC Championship game and the same thing happened, Mahomes busts up his ankle and they got to start that guy in the AFC Championship, it is a vast and insane drop-off to where it feels like, can you even overcome it?
Yeah. I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, that guy.
Every time. I will laugh at that. This doesn't feel like that. And I don't mean this as some sort of slight to Bo Nix, but here's my reasoning. Bo Nix is elite in one category for a quarterback, and that's what?
Avoiding sacks and turnovers.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, I guess that. But I was going to say closing a football game.
Oh, okay.
Like the ability to close. If the game's close.
I think he's a terrific scrambler, bro.
If the game's close and you got a chance to win at the end, Bo Nix wins it. It's how you've won all year long, really. I don't know if Stidham can do that. And I guess that's where the drop-off is. Like, if you're in that same scenario that you were last week, do I know that Stidham's going to lead him downfield and get him in the end zone? I don't.
Do you understand how rare this situation is? In years past, I'll go back to the Super Bowl years when the Broncos won back-to-back Super Bowls. We got a chance to see Bubby Brister in the middle of the season, and he played well.
Sake. Okay.
Right. No, I'm making a comp here, Moshe. Calm down and listen. And my comp is simple. We saw what he was in real live action. We saw it. We haven't seen this guy in live action, not since Russell Wilson was shown the door and he cleaned up a season that was already lost.
Yeah.
We haven't seen anything, not in the last 2 years. So it's hard to make any judgment on what he is or who he is.
Okay.
At all.
Here's as we go along. This is a Tuesday. Do I sound better? By the way, I think I do.
You do sound better.
8:26 in the morning. I will allow you to be optimistic. Okay, I'll allow you to be optimistic and say, well, I think Stidham can get it done, and you know what? I think that he maybe can as well. We'll have to find out coming up on Sunday. But you're also, everybody, going to have to be realistic. I don't care if Sean Payton says he could start for a handful or some teams in this league or whatever. He's not. He's your backup quarterback, okay? And I think he's a very good one. Don't get me wrong. That being said, let's not pretend there isn't a drop-off from Nix to Jarrett Stidham, okay? Because there is. Now, is it a tiny one? Is it a big one? Whatever it is, it's there. So much so that the Broncos opened as a 1.5-point favorite immediately following the win. And now they're a 5.5-point underdog. That's a 6-point swing. So let's not pretend. 7-point swing. Let's not pretend. Yeah, because you got the 0 in there.
But I think that
That
swing.
the Greeks with their zeros, right? The
Mose,
Lions.
Mose, that swing is cloaked in mystery. It's cloaked in the fact that we haven't seen a man perform on this stage in years.
That's
to
why
Moser's point.
That's why I'm saying you can be optimistic, but you can't be unrealistic.
To Moser's point. And I don't mean this. I mean, maybe I do mean it to come off the way it sounds. If you think there's not going to be that big of a drop-off, I think that says a lot more about your feelings towards Bo Nix than Jarrett Stidham. Because you don't know anything about Jarrett Stidham, really. He's got 4 starts. It says a lot more about who Bo Nix is as a quarterback in your mind. Does that make sense? Again, if we're talking about Josh Allen breaks his ankle and he's going to the AFC Championship game and he can't play, people in Buffalo are losing their minds. They're like, oh, well, it's over. Or you do that with Lamar, or you do that with Burrow, or you do that with anybody. It's like the world is ending for them. And here, we're like, well, I still think they got a shot.
Even though I haven't seen this gentleman play football since I was a much younger lad, even though we haven't seen him, I can't help but think there's no way. I mean, there's no way on earth that Jarrett Stidham goes into that game and performs worse than C.J. Stroud did. It can't happen. C.J. Stroud was a walking turnover, and they still were in the game in the fourth quarter.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Just as drop-off to drop-off. The Broncos don't have Nix. They now have Jarrett Stidham. It just right now, give me a percentage shot that you think the Broncos have to win the game. Just the top of your head, what
40-60. 42.
40. Okay, so that's even higher than I would put. I would put mine like at 30, 33, somewhere in there.
I give him 40.
If this happened to New England and not Denver, Bo Nix is healthy. Drake May busted his ankle the last play of the game. Josh Dobbs is now starting.
We're giddy with confidence.
See what I mean?
Giddy.
Like
Josh Dobbs,
you think that New England's done. You think that's it. Like they aren't going to do anything.
Yeah, I agree. But here's the difference, though. New England has something they can lean on if they have to go to their backup. What is it? What do they have that can lean on?
They got a good running game.
They got a run game.
Yeah.
The Denver Broncos have not had a run game in more than a month.
Yep.
They don't have anything to help. That's what makes Bo Nix' run in these playoffs even more impressive in that divisional game. He didn't have what Josh Allen had. He couldn't turn around and give it to a guy to run for 117 yards. He didn't have that. He was the leading rusher.
This is what I was trying to get at yesterday when we were discussing this. The way that the Broncos have won, again, this is not a disrespect or a slight towards Bo Nix. The reason why I still feel like they got a shot, and it sounds like you guys do too, Bo Nix wasn't putting up 31 points a game to win. He was not making mistakes, hanging in there, and then making a few plays late. Like, that's been the model. Can a backup quarterback do that? Just manage a football game? Yes, it's a lot easier to do it that way.
I want to
ask you guys.
I want to clarify something, Vic, real quick about the spread and all this kind of thing.
Yeah.
The Broncos were a 1.5-point favorite against. No, they were they a home dog against Buffalo?
They ended up being a favorite.
They ended up being the favorite, 1.5, right? Do you think Buffalo's a better football team than the Patriots? Because the Broncos opened as a 4.5-point dog.
No, I think the Patriots
Pats.
are better, well-rounded, more well-rounded.
Okay, so you think that the betting public thinks the Patriots are a better football team?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I think that's clear.
But from where they were at kickoff against the Bills to where they are now, that is a 7-point difference, correct?
With the backup quarterback.
That's the backup quarterback effect. That's what it is. That's all I'm saying.
Let me offer just my. Again, we have 4 more days of this, 3 more days to break it down. But on Tuesday, having not seen Jarrett Stidham at practice, do you remember going out to training camp for the last 2 years and we watched Jarrett Stidham, we watched the quarterbacks? What do we say when we watch Stidham throw the ball? What do we say? Man, he throws a good football.
He does throw a good football.
He throws a good football.
Yes, he does.
Right? He throws a good. Would you argue? And I'm making this argument that he throws a better ball than Bo Nix. Bo Nix is faster. He's, I'm talking about throwing the ball, just throwing the ball.
I
coming
thought
out
they
of his
looked
hands.
really similar.
Okay, could Bo Nix? I'm getting ahead of myself. Would Stidham make that throw to Mims in the end zone?
I've seen him make throws like that.
Okay.
I thought they looked similar.
Then I hope to God it shows up.
Do you remember there was a preseason? I know it's just preseason. Remember the pass he had down the right sideline to number 5, that guy who ultimately was cut?
Sherfield.
Hey,
yeah.
do you remember that
pass?
remember that
beautiful
pass he had to that guy against that third string guy and that the other guy?
Listen,
and
It's
that
about
guy?
making a
giving you
throw,
an
but
example
it's
of
about making a throw.
Moj.
Yeah.
Don't ask for an example and I give you one and then you poo-poo it. The
Oh, I'm
only
poo-pooing.
examples, that's the point. The only examples we have are in games like that.
Yeah.
That's all we have. His best game as a pro came when he played for the Raiders under Josh McDaniels, for crying out loud. That's how far back you have to go. That's the mystery here. But let me go down this road. First of all, if we know the Broncos cannot run the ball, and I get it, J.K. Dobbins may play. He may play. We don't know for sure if he's going to play. They're going to try and see if he can. And if they're not sure in this run game, why do we continue to pound our head against the wall trying to run the ball? Just lean into the pass game, go full pass happy, have the mad scientist Sean Payton design an offense on Sunday where they throw the ball like it's a run and shoot offense.
Okay, I'll give you a reason why they can't just throw the ball 65 times in the game. If you aren't moving the chains and you're throwing incompletions, it's too much stress on your defense. At least you can burn some clock by running the ball occasionally. Like, it gives your defense a breather.
Sure.
Now, you
So
can,
how'd
you can
that work
supplement
out
that
with-
with short passing game and stuff like that. You can do it. What were you saying?
I'm just saying, when it's so funny to me.
Yeah.
The Denver Broncos went 20 minutes in the second half against Buffalo and couldn't do anything. The minute they started throwing the ball again, what happened? What happened in the final 2 minutes of that game?
They
really leaned into throwing the ball again. It was 3rd and 11, and Bo Nix goes over the middle to Cortland Sutton, throws again.
And they scored a touchdown.
Lean into it. Stop trying to pretend you can run the ball. It's a pretend.
But
you can't do it.
I mean, they did throw the ball in the second half. They just didn't do it effectively. They didn't go like run. They threw it, and what happened late in the game is what happens every time late in the game. They go a little bit more up-tempo. They pare down the playbook, and Bo Nix plays amazing under that.
You just raised a very good point, though. Vic, if they're going to go full pass, like you advise, then they better be able to execute it.
Yeah.
Because if you're going 3 and outs all the time, dude, and you're leaving that, the only thing that can kill that defense, in my opinion, is the defense is on the field, and the defense is on the field, and the defense is on the field, because you know what the Patriots are going to do?
Yeah.
They're going to pass the ball a little bit. Brett, they're going to run the football, right?
Yeah.
And they are going to pound you in the face, and they're going to wear you down. So, Vic, if you're going to pass, you sure as heck better have some ball control involved in that.
Here's the second half. Just to give you a clearer picture, here's the second half of the Buffalo game. Pass, run, punt. Pass, run, interception. Pass, run, pass, punt. Run, pass, punt. Then it was the touchdown drive, and then it was in the game.
Okay, maybe it's when you run, because here's what I found by watching that Buffalo game, and tell me if you guys agree with me. Their inability to do anything on first down was ghastly.
Yeah.
And it set them up in second and third and long situations every time. And I'm looking at this. They tried to run on first downs a lot. Couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Couldn't do it. Couldn't run on first down. And it set up a 2nd and 11. Set up a 3rd and 7. Couldn't run on first down. Maybe they changed the rhythm of that. I don't know.
How much do you guys think? I don't know what Jarrett Stidham's tendencies are. There's not enough of a sample size. But you got a guy on the other side who coached him.
Mm-hmm.
Mike,
he knows him well.
Mike Vrabel said in the press conference they tried to sign him this offseason.
Yeah, he knows him well.
They
like him. They drafted him.
I know Josh McDaniels, though, as you said, coached him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How much does he? I mean, I guess a leopard doesn't change his spots.
Well, I'm sure the intel.
I mean,
he's
look,
got
bro.
intel on what he can do well and what he cannot do. I'm sure Josh McDaniels is in the office right now talking to Vrabel saying, here's what he does well. Here's what we need to pressure him.
Yeah.
Here's how we – I mean, obviously that's a conversation. Then you have the other side. Let me read this text from none other than Kyle Keefe.
Oh, God.
And there are a lot of people that think this, and I love this mindset. I hope it comes true, to be honest with you. Quote, I think Stidham is going to play so well, not only in the AFC Championship game, but in the Super Bowl, that you're going to have conversations, real conversations, about a quarterback controversy.
Not a
Mark
chance.
my words. The Broncos and Jared Stidham, learn how to spell Jared, Kyle, will win the Super Bowl, and we will be having ridiculous conversations about a quarterback controversy.
All right, here you go.
Oh, good God!
Kyle Keefe, you want me to mark the words? Let me get a pen real quick. Mark this down. Keefe, quarterback controversy. Okay,
You can write this down. Hell, record
All right,
this.
Moser, are they marked? Did I mark the
What
words?
if he's right?
You marked them.
Hang on.
Hey,
Wait. I marked the words.
They're marked.
Ready? Yep. All right, that's enough of that.
What
They're
if he's
marked.
right? Hold
They're
on a
marked.
second. I'm not going to discount. But you know what? If
Next
the Broncos,
training camp, Bo Nix and Jarrett Stidham going to have a quarterback battle. That's the allegation here.
You've got to be out of
do you
your
know? Do you know the name?
flippin' mind.
Hold on a second. Stop everything. Do you know the name Jeff Do you know who Jeff Hostetler is?
Yes.
Okay. Jeff Hostetler took over for Phil Simms.
You
Hold on. Stop. They came back the following year in training camp. Hostetler went from never seeing the field to starting. What are you pacing around for, Moj? We've seen this before. It's happened. It's happened.
Bo
Oh
Nix
my God,
just
I cannot believe you
back-to-back years led his team to playoff appearances, won a playoff game, got them to an AFC championship, and the only reason why he's not going to play in that is because his ankle's in half right now.
Look
No
at my
one
notes.
is going
What?
to say he's losing the job. I'm saying there's going to be thought process behind it. There's going to be people talking about it.
Do I have a nosebleed? I feel like Vic just broke my head and is giving me a nosebleed. Vic,
This isn't me. This is
so
your friend Kyle.
You're telling me. No, I want to get this straight. But just please humor me so I get it straight. I want to understand. Help me learn. You're telling me that Sean Payton's hand-picked quarterback who's kicked major ass and led his team to an AFC title game is going to be supplanted by the backup going into next season.
I'm not saying it.
Stidham wins the Super Bowl.
I'm not saying it. I'm saying there are people out there who say that if he does that,
It was
if he
Keith.
It's Kyle, man.
It's
He's
Keith.
probably
Hold
playing
on.
with his dog.
If he accomplishes all of that, those two big
Then
obstacles
they'll
in front of
trade
him,
him to some. He's a trade asset. Bo Nix is your starting quarterback in Denver, Colorado.
nobody's
for the next
disputing
decade.
that. But there is going to be a thought process about, wow, we have.
I won't. I refuse. I refuse to
Why is
partake
this
in
such
this.
a hot take that you're so fired up about it? This is not. All it does is prove that it's a systematic offense, and that Sean Payton is really the guy that's making these quarterbacks shine. That's what the proof is here.
But there will be not a single utterance of a controversy. There will be a number one quarterback in camp next year, no matter what happens, and that will be Bo Nix. And the backup will be whoever the backup will be. Maybe it's Stidham, maybe it's not. I remember when Nick Foles took over for Carson Wentz and he won a Super Bowl for Philly, and then Carson Wentz started the next year.
How'd that go?
Well, how did it go for Foles?
Yeah,
Foles
I
didn't
know.
do anything either.
You never know. Listen, do I buy into Kyle's Disney movie that he just laid out for it, the script? Not really. I don't buy it because there's just too much mystery here. But what if? That's all. He's just asking what if.
He's not asking what if. He made a declarative statement.
He told me, mark my words.
Vic,
That's not what
Did
if.
you mark
gotta
them?
ta- I've gotta-
I marked them.
I've got to talk.
And then I threw them in the trash.
I've got to get a hold of somebody at MIT. Do you know anybody, Brett, at MIT? What am I asking you for? You don't know anybody. Nelly, you probably do. I've got to find out the calculations of Vic's ability to make me really pissed off for no reason. Because you're doing a good job of it. It's silly talk.
Well, I tell you what.
What?
You want to
I'm not
chill
even
out?
sure what's worse.
You wanna
I'm
make-
not
hey.
even sure what's dumber. Your stupid hat or that take.
You want to feel better? Take this time out, this 3-minute break. Go listen to your Satan music, and then come back, and I'm sure you'll be ready
Nelly,
to go.
cue up the Satan.
One last reminder, Hinton, like Kendall Hinton, is your keyword for this hour. Chance to get in the building for the Avs in Ducks tomorrow. So Hinton in your first and last name. Back after this.
This is music. See, it puts a smile on your face, right? You're not trying to max out.
You know what music I like. You know, Vic. This is my stuff. It's mine. All right, we'll get to keys to the game in just a bit, but let's get a couple of calls here. Adrian has been waiting patiently. Hello, Adrian. Good morning.
Hey guys, Happy New Year. Hope everybody's well.
Same to you.
That's very nice of you, Adrian.
Wanted to bring up something, and I think Vic could maybe think back because he's a native like I am. To me, a more direct parallel with Jarrett Stidham starting for Bo Nix would be Gary Kubiak coming in for John Elway in the fourth quarter of the Bills Broncos 91 championship game. And if you remember that, Kubiak led a quick touchdown drive, recovered an onside kick, and I think it was a second down fumble that kept the Broncos from maybe tying or even winning.
By Steve Sewell? Was that the Steve Sewell fumble?
Yes.
I remember that game distinctly.
He's one of my favorite players.
Yeah, I remember that. It was a little different that year because Coobs, it's funny. The backup quarterback is usually always like the most popular player on the team. Everybody loves the backup. I remember the early Elway years. There were games, believe it or not. This is John Elway, Hall of Famer. This is a legend. There were games where people were like, well, give Kubiak a chance for crying out loud, right?
Yeah.
There were those games. How many games this year did Bronco fans say, well, give Stiddy a chance? We just haven't seen him play. We haven't seen him play at all in a game that matters outside of the final two games when Russell Wilson was benched and that season was already lost. What do we remember? And maybe we should do a better job of going back and looking at those two games. What do we remember about the two games he played? Go back.
Nothing.
Pull them up statistically.
I couldn't care less. It doesn't. It was a lost season and nothing mattered.
Okay.
Thanks for the call, Adrian.
Here's
it still matters. It matters for players to play well. It matters.
He was fine. Now, again, there weren't like huge stakes on the line for these games. So he played against the Chargers on New Year's Eve. He was 20 of 32 for 224 yards and a touchdown. They won 16-9. The last week of the season, they played against the Raiders in Vegas. They lost 27-14. He was 20 of 34 for 272 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. He was fine.
Yeah. You can go all the way back to his college days. This is a guy who beat number one teams in the country in back-to-back weeks. Jarrett Stidham did that.
Yeah.
How often does that take place today? Name me a college quarterback in the last 5 years that has beaten a number one team in back-to-back weeks. Find me one.
What's the problem?
What is your problem?
Because, Vic, I'm going to walk out of here today. This is sad. It's more than anything, it's sad. I'm going to walk out of here today, having listened to you, a dumber person than I was when I arrived at 6:45 a.m. And I don't want to do that. You're going back to college, bro. This is the National Football League, bro. This is a pro quarterback in the AFC title game against the defense that is going to want to kill him. Do you understand the words coming out of my mouth?
So don't play the game then?
No, I'm just saying, but you're, back when he was in college against
all
those
I'm
college
saying that
defenses,
he's ready for the moment.
That's fine.
That's all I'm saying.
But you don't know any more than I do. I don't care about what he did 3 seasons ago against against junk on no-name games. It doesn't matter. All that matters is right now. And the God's honest truth is you don't know any more than I do.
I'm just trying to paint a picture that he's been in these situations before. It's not like he's coming to this new he's done this before at different levels. That's all. Now, he hasn't done it in 2 years here at the biggest level. What we're about to see has never happened. I think Roger Staubach's the only guy who's ever done this, and even he had more experience. But going into a championship game, walking off the sideline essentially into a championship
Who was the quarterback?
game.
Was it Don Meredith? Who was the quarterback of the Cowboys at that time? Must have been like 72 when Staubach took over, right?
Yeah.
That's a great question. Was it Craig Morton?
Might have been Morton. It might have been. I think Don Meredith maybe was already retired at that point.
That's how far back you have to go. This doesn't happen. So, Moj, I'm not sure why you're wet blanketing everything I'm saying about Stidham. I'm just trying to paint any picture, any sort of historical anecdote I can muster to say he'll be ready for the moment. Now, can he execute in the moment? Those are two different arguments.
It was Craig Morton, by the way.
Okay, good job. That's an excellent poll, Vic. I'm getting yelled at by people. Calm down, Moser. Vic is being an analyst. Could you contribute something instead of insulting Vic?
I agree.
Goodness. The 4263.
Insults are contributions on the show.
Is your wife's the last 4 digits 4263? I think it is.
Huh?
The 4263 is all over my bacon. I'm just saying. I begged you earlier. You can be optimistic, but you have to be realistic at the same time. This is going to be very difficult. It really is. I said 42%. I just looked up the little what do you call it? Help me out, Brett. The matchup predictor, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it says that the matchup predictor has the Patriots 58.4 to 41.6. So that's 42 to 58 or whatever.
Can I ask a follow-up question to quarterback play and how fickle this is? This season, we would paint Bo Nix's season as a pretty damn good year, right? I mean, what he did, the ability to come back, come from behind and win games, I mean, it's unreal. It's unprecedented, really, the number of games he's won under the age of 25 in a come-from-behind fashion. Were there moments this season? Now think hard. I don't want your brain to hurt, Moshe. Were there moments this season when people here in town and nationally were calling for the benching of Bo Nix? Think about it.
I mean,
wait, this season?
Yes, this season.
Yeah, there were times when the offense looked bad. I don't know if it's calling for.
I don't think anybody called for any benching.
It was calling for a conversation about maybe benching, something like that.
Okay,
yes.
but it was in the conversation.
Yeah,
right?
they had a lot of rough weeks offensively.
All I'm saying is it speaks to the fickle nature of that position in this game and how we talk about it. Hell, I remember Colin Cowherd saying, I wonder if Sean Payton would draft another quarterback. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Yes,
because that's stupid talk.
He did say that.
Well, it's dumb
he
talk.
said that.
Well, then he's dumb.
There were moments on our show, people listening to this show. Don't suddenly forget things, folks. You're liable too here. We had people say Bo Nix ain't the guy. We heard people say that.
I came in here on Mondays multiple times this year saying that the offense wasn't good enough, and I don't think Bo Nix is playing good enough. And look, I never thought he should be benched. But
Sure.
yeah, I was like, I don't know how good this guy is.
I can promise you with God as my witness, not even for a split nanosecond would Sean Payton ever consider benching Bo Nix, nor has he ever considered it.
Well, no, because he was tied to him. We know the answer.
The fact that
I'm
people
not
are
saying,
talking about it is silly.
I'm just saying, were there discussions? That's all. And those discussions were based on performance, what you saw.
Yeah.
I don't know what we'll see out of this kid. I don't know. I don't know what he is. But if he wins the next 2 games,
Vic,
there's going to be discussions whether you like it or
not. Fine. I'm sure people will have discussions, not realistic ones, but they'll have discussions. It's like Mark Springer having discussions of, dating Britney Spears. I mean, there can be discussions, but the realism of it is not.
Hasn't Springer been dating somebody for a while? Oh, okay.
Bro.
Sorry. Let's get one more call here
Wait,
before the break.
Real quick, though, I'm sorry. You don't know what he is. Can I tell you what he isn't? No, you know what? I'm not. Let's go to the call. I don't want to go down that route. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
One call real quick. Greg has been waiting patiently. Hi, Greg.
Hey, how you guys doing this morning?
Good, brother.
Hey, I'm a true believer in Stinny, first of all. I tried to get up out of bed this morning. I didn't feel like it, but guess what? I did it, right? Okay. The other part of it is that when we look at this big picture, whose job is it to help Stinny look good? The whole team. Yeah. How many players have we lost before this game? One. Mm-hmm. Let's not get hooked up on who we like and who we don't
Pat
like.
Pat Bryant and Troy Franklin probably aren't going to play either, but yeah.
But the point is, it takes a team to win. We keep looking at one person. Really, guys? I mean, you guys played sports before. You think it doesn't one person going to win?
Greg, agreed. I completely agree with you, but it's also the most important player on the field.
I understand that. So it's our job, it's the team's job, is to make sure that things go as best and smooth as possible. If we can trust in that, I trust in Sean Payton. I trusted him all year to get us to this point.
Greg,
okay, guys,
that's the best point you've made, and I've made this point all day yesterday, Greg, and appreciate the phone call. Here's my point. Here's why Bronco fans should be somewhat confident about this. If you could name one coach in the league that could coach up a backup quarterback to prepare himself for something this big, Sean Payton would be my choice. He's done it.
Yeah.
He's proven he can do it. Look at his backup's record in New Orleans. Did you see the glee in his, did you see the way he approached that press conference on Sunday? It wasn't one of, it wasn't a Moser-like press conference. Oh, all is lost. It was, we're going to coach him up. He's ready, and we're going to be ready. That's what I want. I don't want Moser hiding in the corner.
What were you doing? Running to the hills with your dogs or something like that?
Who's insulting now? Who's insulting?
Greg's right.
Greg, that's fine. He's also the most important player on the field, man.
And Greg, I appreciate the call. When you say it's just one player, yeah. It's the quarterback, okay? It's not just one. It's your entire offense. Look, the Nuggets have navigated this non-Joker thing pretty well, but if Joker gets hurt, and I said to you guys the next day, I was like, guys, it's just one guy. Wouldn't your reaction be like, no, it's actually a little bit more than just a guy?
I would tell you to shut the blank up.
Yeah.
No.
So we'll get more into this as we go along. Got one more keyword at 9:20. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
Why is he insulting me?
You deserve it. Go ahead, Nelly.
It's stock show season. You got to love it. Silterhar Motors in Broomfield does. They're giving you an awesome deal during stock show season. How about 0% financing and leases under $300 a month on tons of the very best trucks and SUVs in this great centennial state? Look, it's unheard of, but that is the Silterhar way. So go see over 1,000 vehicles in person right at Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield, or go online and shop at your leisure. STHmotors.com. That is STHmotors.com. Stock show season. Love it. Silterhar Motors. Love it. Everything you want out of a dealership.
All right, reminder, it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. We got one more keyword in about 15 minutes, so stay tuned for that. The College Football National Championship game yesterday features Indiana winning their first ever on the back of, give credit, a lot of credit, to some people who aren't getting it. I feel like they're just due. Fernando Mendoza was amazing, obviously. He's been getting a lot of credit.
How about his receiver who came up with clutch catch after clutch catch?
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, I know he made some good throws on fourth down, but some of those catches were just unbelievable by those Indiana guys.
That one dude, what's that dude's name on the outside? Well, they kept picking on 24.
There's a couple of them. Like, Cooper had a big day. That Becker guy kept making catches. Surratt had a few.
Yeah, Charlie Becker.
2 fourth down catches. Fourth down. These aren't just fourth downs. And they're those back shoulder underthrows where only he knows where the ball's going. And therein, guys, I was thinking about it during the break. And it's so funny you brought this up because we're on, right now, we're going down the same path. When you bring in a new quarterback, I'm not worried about running Sean Payton's system. He's been in the system for 2 years now. He's got the system down. What I'm worried about, does he have that symbiosis? Does he have that rhythm with receivers where you trust a receiver will be there because he was there in the past. He's been there. You saw last night in the national title game, Mendoza knew his guy would be there. He didn't throw it. He threw it to an area, and his guy was there. 3rd and 11. Denver Broncos with 2:38 left to play. It's 3rd and 11. Bo Nix's best throw of the game, if you go back and look at it. He threw it to an area, and Cortland Sutton came down with it for a gain of 28 yards. Do you remember that pass? Do you remember that play?
Time out real quick. First of all, I'm going to give you total credit because your use of the word symbiosis, I think, is a very accurate term. Very, very accurate. Now, as Nelly asked you, you're going to reconnect because you were cutting out just a little bit. It was driving me a little bit insane. I'm sure Brett feels the same way. And so you're back now. That's good. But an excellent use of the word symbiosis because that, Vic, that has to come naturally. That has to come with reps.
And that's the one thing, no matter what anybody says, and I am looking forward to seeing Jarrett Stidham play. I'm fully confident he has the game. One thing he will not have, and this is just fact, he's not going to have that rhythm mid-game because he hasn't had it.
Yeah.
Throwing to an area, throwing a guy open, trusting he's going to be there because earlier in the season he was there. He doesn't have that earlier in the season. This is fresh for him.
You know,
it's how Indiana won a national championship last night because of the relationship between the quarterback and the receiver on 4th down twice.
Yeah. And they kept connecting in the biggest moments, and both great throws along with great catches, guys making plays. Indiana winning that is, it's shocking, I think, to almost everybody who's been following college football for any certain amount of time. You just didn't think it was going to be possible. And now, not only with the 12-team playoff opening things up for, Indiana was number 1 in the country for most of the year, top 3, top 5 in the country most of the year. Opening that up for the 10-seed Miami to be this close. I mean, on the doorstep at the end of the game for winning that game outright. I mean, you look at it, it's a 6-point game. They got time. They're driving. They're on the Indiana side of the field with a chance to score a touchdown and win it. And over again, I thought Indiana would close out the game, and then Miami, Malachi Toney, somebody would make a play and put them right back in it. If not for the blocked punt, it felt like Miami was grabbing a lot of momentum at that time. They blocked the punt, they score the touchdown, and all of a sudden Indiana takes it right back. It's a hell of a game for them. Hell of a game.
The takeaway for me watching that game is how ridiculous recruiting services have now become. They were ridiculous to begin with, but now with the transfer portal and guys, coming out as high schoolers, waiting in the wings for a couple years, and then bolting to another team, they mean nothing. These stars, 4-star, 5-star. I mean, case in point, last night, Fernando Mendoza went to a high school a few blocks away from the University of Miami. At that high school, Fernando Mendoza's dad played high school football with Mario Cristobal, the head coach of Miami.
Amazing.
Fernando Mendoza's dream, His dream was to play football at the University of Miami.
What happened?
He offered to walk on.
Yeah.
They didn't want him.
Yep.
They didn't take him. And now, years later, he goes back home and beats his dream school in the national title game. Why? Because he wasn't a 3-star or 4-star. He was a 2-star. Those stars and all that crap, they're a joke.
It's a very important detail that I have failed to mention throughout the course of this college football playoff that must be said. Why does Fernando Mendoza's father look exactly like Kurt Signetti? Was anybody else weirded out by this? I remember I wanted to talk about this like the first playoff game that they played in. They said, and there's Fernando Mendoza's mom and dad. And I go, no, that's like Kurt Signetti's brother. That's
Like
not
without
his
the
dad.
glasses?
Yeah. He looks just like him.
You know what's weird? He does.
Yes. Like, very eerily so.
You know what's weird? You're right.
Yeah, I know I'm right. I
You
have
know what's
eyeballs.
weird? He should have been playing for Miami last night. If you swap quarterbacks, does Miami win that game? I'm curious. I'm just.
Yeah, I bet they do.
Yeah.
And no offense.
Mendoza's really good, yes.
I don't know. I mean, did he really like carry them, or did his receivers help?
4th and 5, quarterback draw. Got to get it. He not only breaks the tackle to get the first down, he leaps in the end zone. Yeah, that's a hell of a
that's
play.
that one play.
I'm just
I know.
surprised.
I was more impressed, to be honest with you. That Indiana defense, I didn't realize their defense was that stout.
Oh, their corners, man.
Their
Pons.
corners are
oh,
fundamentally sound.
Give me Pons.
Really surprised that Carson Beck couldn't see that DB.
Well, I mean, I'm
on
sure
that
Carson.
kick.
Listen, don't pin the blame on Carson Beck. He was probably worried about the next exam he had to take. I mean, the guy is working on his postdoctorate.
Just for reference, Vic, the range of vision horizontally for a human being is 200. Hold on a second. Stop. Don't make me laugh.
Uh-huh.
Is 200 to 220 degrees. That's the horizontally, okay?
Right.
For a bass, it's over 300 degrees. Did you realize that? For
Well,
a bass.
The eyes are on the side of the head.
So Carson Beck's is 320 degrees? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm not saying that at all. Nope. I'm not saying that.
You showed me a picture of Sid the Sloth earlier.
Somebody sent it to me.
Anyway.
I'm not, look at my face. I look like a catcher's mitt. I admit it.
But damn it, you see 220 degrees.
I see 200. I would like to be able to see like 350. That would be rad. Like, see behind me over here like this? That would be like 350, dude. That's everything but your butt. You see everything else.
So somebody asked Carson Beck. I seriously, help me answer this question. I don't know the answer. Perhaps somebody can Google it. Let me know. So they asked Carson Beck, how have you been dealing with the big load with classes and having to deal with classes and finals? And he said, I haven't gone to class in 2 years. Yeah. So are you allowed to go to college, represent a college, play for Miami without taking class, or do you have to take a grad class? I mean, how does this work?
Did he say he wasn't taking classes or didn't go to class? Like
Well, he
Shador
said
took
he graduated
online
2
classes.
years ago. He said the quote was, I don't have class. I don't have class.
Yeah, I don't think anybody
So
cares.
if you don't have class, is this where we are now with college sports? Like, can you just show up on campus and hang out?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I mean, is that certainly the case with him, or how do you feel about that?
Vic?
How do you? No, I'm being honest.
I don't
You don't
care.
How do I feel about it?
No, I don't care.
I'm the one who's been beating the drum forever of, if this is the route you want to go, you better be dang sure, because it's going to get insane. And by the way, Carson Beck living in a $5 million house in Miami, driving a Ferrari, hanging out on the beach and watching film all day. If that's the new college sports, then that's the new college sports.
But see, that's not. So just remove the college, the student athlete. And all
they're
that doesn't
professional.
exist anymore.
They are
right?
professional athletes.
It's like
that's
club,
what they are.
You're representing a club.
Yes.
Okay, I need you to reset.
He's fine. He's fine. It's just one little skip. Before we get to a break, I don't do this very often. but Moser's usually the guy who's like, hey, on this day, this thing happened, and I want to talk about it. I have to. Because as of yesterday, it was 24 years to the day that, in my mind, I think one of the most influential and best speeches ever given by a politician was made. You guys want to hear it?
I know what it is.
You know something? Not only are we going to New Hampshire, Tom Harkin, we're going to South Carolina and Oklahoma and Arizona and North Dakota and New Mexico. And we're going to California and Texas and New York. And we're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House.
That is Howard,
Howard
Dean.
Dean?
Howard Dean, who was at that time running for president. You want to know how much things change in 22 years?
Dude.
He did that, and he immediately fell off the polls. He was done.
He was absolutely.
That sound got him removed from chances of being president. That sound.
You can't make that sound to be president.
I don't know, man. That's like if you score a touchdown on a Hail Mary. Yeah, it's one of those.
It's sort of a Leroy Jenkins sort of sound you would make.
It is a little bit. We had a guy here in Colorado.
Sounds like Kevin Harlan calling that Caleb Williams touchdown the other night.
We had a guy here in Colorado who's still alive named Gary Hart. And that went wrong.
Okay.
What does that have to do with Howard Dean's comment?
Well, I'm just saying that it killed his career right there.
Well, Howard Dean. Howard Dean, I know this from two things. First of all, Chappelle Show did a sketch on it that still to this day makes me laugh. Secondly, this is a small little Easter egg. I think we've done this on the show before, but I'm a huge Breaking Bad guy. I think it's one of the best television shows that's ever been made. So when Walter White is his first sort of experiment with him becoming Heisenberg, if you remember, he goes up to Tuco Salamanca's little high-rise, and he blows the building up. You remember that scene?
Nope.
And as he blows the building up, I know this because I heard it the first time. I went back to listen over and over again. As the scene explodes, they put a subtle but recognizable Howard Dean scream in the explosion. And Nelly, I dare you, go back and find the scene. I think we've done it before. But you will hear Howard Dean scream in the middle of that explosion.
And are you sure, though, that it's not the Wilhelm scream?
No, it is not that.
Because
that is sure Howard Dean.
Because that is a widely known inside joke that movies like to sneak this in there. It's in, I think, every Star Wars movie.
Okay.
So are you sure?
What does this have
Sounds
to do with
like stepping on a Lego in the middle of the night?
Time for New England.
Yeah, well, Vic, here's the thing. You guys get on me for having abnormal obsessions with whatever.
That was a weird left
Brett,
turn
you're at 24 years ago to today. I mean, that's a weird obsession.
Why can't I do that? Why can't I do that?
Because you're weird.
Why can't I do that? I want to play sounds that make me...
Brett, you've done the show long enough. Only two guys on the show are allowed to be weird and provide left turns. You're supposed to be the guy right down the middle. Listen, dude, you're the DD. You're the designated driver.
Hang on a second.
That's what you do.
Weird to put me in that category. Did that sound bring a smile to your face?
I can't say that it did, but I can't say that it didn't. I mean,
really? Moser, look at me. Moser, look at me. Look at me. Yeah, see, I knew I'd get you. Wait, Nelly, you got it? All right, play this and then we'll go to break. I'm telling you. Listen closely. Right there.
It is there.
A little itty bitty. I heard that the first time. I don't know how many people picked it up, but it is there.
That's it.
It was there. It was there when Jaquan McMillan intercepted that ball. I mean,
it is That's a perfect sound. 303-504-0925. One more keyword. Your chance to get in the building tomorrow for the Avs and the Ducks next.
This better be.
Well, it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Your keyword
right.
for this hour is
Sanford.
Sanford.
Yes.
Text Sanford in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Get you entered for 2 tickets to the Avs and Ducks. Check out $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza, just $10. papamurphys.com. One more time, your 920 keyword is Sanford. We'll announce a winner at 9:55. So if you haven't picked up on the theme, backup quarterbacks is what this was.
Hey, Nelly,
today.
how good is the saxophone in that, dude?
Quincy Jones, Midas Touch.
Dude, I'm telling you, that's one of the greatest theme songs in the history of television. The theme song from Sanford and Son.
Hey, we haven't gotten to this yet, but it is always, when you play the Lakers, a big game tonight. And with that,
do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
8 o'clock tip tonight, Lakers and Nuggets, Victor.
Let me start with this. When you include regular season and playoffs, LeBron James has a winning record against every team in the NBA except one. Identify that one.
The Orlando Magic.
The Denver Nuggets.
Oh.
Tonight, this might be the final time LeBron James visits Denver, by the way.
Is this on the Peacock tonight?
And on altitude. We got it side by side.
Thank God.
This could be the final time. You never know at this point. But that's a record that the Denver Nuggets, the organization and the city, can be proud of. He's beaten everybody around the league except the Denver Nuggets. The key tonight, very simple. Looks like Aaron Gordon will play. I don't know for sure. He's listed as questionable, probable, all that business. I don't know what the difference is anymore. I know that Joker's not going to play. I know Jonas is not going to play. They're still going to play without a center. Since those two have been out, the rebounding has been an issue. Nuggets handled the boards with them. Without them, they're the second to worst rebounding team in the league. They're dead last in paint games, in the paint. They're dead last in second chance points because they can't get a rebound. They can't rebound the ball without their bigs. That's understandable. So how do you win? How have they won? You better make your shots, and you better make your threes. That is going to be fundamental to the Nuggets beating the Lakers tonight. The only way you win when you can't rebound is make sure you don't have to rebound misses. Make your threes, win the game.
You know,
I
Vic,
know it's simple, but that's it.
I didn't think they were that bad against the Hornets. I didn't think they were that bad.
What are you talking about? Rebounding? They lost the rebounding battle 52-28.
I'm just talking about the game overall. I thought the energy level, at least as the game wore on, was pretty good. They couldn't make a dang shot.
Yeah.
They simply couldn't make it.
They were short on all that. They looked fatigued.
They did. They couldn't make and they couldn't rebound, and that was a disaster.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. So,
The Lakers daddy!
so
freaks.
You know what's crazy about what you're facing this weekend in Drake May? Like, I think the most remarkable number about him, and we noticed this about midway through the year, and it held firm until the end of the year. He led the league in completion percentage at 72%. And we've seen guys in the NFL, and this is where I think completion percentage can be a misleading stat because a lot of guys can do that. You know, I remember Case Keenum about 5-6 years ago led the league, I think, in completion percentage, but it was a lot of like dump off here, dump off there. So you can skew the numbers a little bit when you look at completion percentage. But 72% is really good. Nobody else even got to 70.
That is correct.
He's doing it on 9 yards per attempt, which also led the league. That's what's insane.
So what you're saying is that his ability to fit the ball downfield into small locations and stretch the field is superb.
It's remarkable accuracy for how deep he throws the ball. Yes.
I also think he benefits from having a run game that allows the safeties to come up.
Totally.
And you can't make any nobody can convince me otherwise. When you have two running backs and a run game, an offense that is a threat on every play, your safeties are naturally going to creep up to the line of scrimmage. And when your safeties creep up, you have more opportunities down the field. It's science.
Let me tell you something right now. I'm offended for Mike Vrabel that nobody jumped on him earlier. I'm offended for him. How dare they? Vrabel's a hell of a coach. He knows what he's doing. And he does like in old school style. Like, it's run the football, play good defense, and then make some big throws.
But that's
Boom.
not Vrabel. That's Josh McDaniels. Josh McDaniels runs the offense. Vrabel doesn't do. Vrabel's not the offensive coach.
Yeah, hang on a second, though. Vrabel has done this in Tennessee without Josh McDaniels when he had Ryan Tannehill at quarterback, too. I mean, he took the Titans to an AFC championship game with Tannehill, of all people. Like, he's really, really good at the basics of football, I'll call it.
Sure.
Be disciplined, run the ball well, play good defense, and then fill in the gaps everywhere else. But Drake May, like...
Let's go down the list.
But can I just... Oh, go ahead. What do you want?
Well, I was going to say number 1 in completion percentage.
Yes.
Number 1 in yards per completion.
Yes. Yards per attempt.
Yards per attempt.
And probably completion, too. But
4th overall in total yards passing.
Yep.
At nearly we'll call it 4,400.
Yeah.
He was 3rd in touchdown passes.
Yep.
Dude, the kid is friggin' good.
And he was also like...
How about rating? Where's
one
he
of
rating?
One of the better in the league at turning the ball over, too. Rating, he's number 1, 113.5.
The one thing that he
QBR,
does...
he's number 1.
Now, in terms of picks, he threw 8, which is, in the course of a season, pretty dang good.
Yeah, it's nothing.
But he will put the ball on the turf.
He will do that. Now, the other aspect of this, though, as you're playing against Drake May, we mentioned this earlier, you said he puts the ball on the turf. He is the 4th most sacked quarterback in the league, which means you can get after him. I don't know if that's him holding onto the football a little bit longer to try and make plays downfield or what, but you can do that. The thing about New England, though, and their offense, because they do everything well, and we put an emphasis on this last week against Buffalo, too. It was stopping the run. You did not do that against James Cook. You didn't. Can you do a better job here to allow your pass rush to get those opportunities? Because if not, then you're going to be in some big trouble.
Can I talk a little bit about the Broncos' defensive strategy last couple games, and what's bothered me a little bit? I think they've gotten away from who they are. And you hear this term all the time because Peyton uses it, Vance Joseph uses it. The strategy going into that game against Josh Allen was to cage rush him. Cage rush. In other words, not go crazy right at, come around, sort of.
Contain.
Exactly, contain him. And I don't think that's who the Broncos are. I think they're going against their own DNA too much, to the point where you could try that, but it's not necessarily going to work. Sure, everybody wants to cage rush and make sure you contain a quarterback who's slippery. I'd like to see them just become who they are again. Just go do what you did most of the season that produced all those sacks. Do you guys agree or disagree?
I think that whatever their strategy was against Josh Allen will not be the same against Drake May, and that sort of cage rush thing probably won't apply because Josh Allen's just unique. But how about this, Vic? Let me ask this in another way. They got beat up through the ground and through the air for some yards, and they gave up some points. Again, you have a final score of 33-30. Would you take 30 points allowed if they got 5 turnovers again?
Of course.
All day.
Okay. Or the usual thing that they've done all year, which is like 17 to 20 points, but no turnovers.
I don't know that that's going to win it for you, dude.
Okay.
I don't know. It's not like New England's a high-scoring crate. I mean, I think this is going to be
score quite a bit.
Well, I'm not going to give you my prediction until later in the week, but I gave you a high-scoring game for Buffalo. I think this one's going to err on the low-scoring side.
You're an idiot. I don't know. I did that last time, and then you were right. So let me just do that.
I'm gonna make a proclamation right now. I'm going to be completely honest. If you get this right,
mm-hmm.
And by the way, the Patriots in the regular season were the second highest scoring team in the league.
Yeah, they score a lot
per game. 29 points per.
I just don't.
If you get
scoring
this right,
is one thing. Being as explosive as Josh Allen and that Buffalo team is another, right? You see the difference.
If you get as close to or right like you did this past weekend, Vic,
mm-hmm.
I'm not going to be able to live with you.
Dude, I'm not. I didn't come in here saying I told you so.
I did it for him because that's kudos.
I missed it by 1 point.
I am not going to be able to live with you.
That was a bold-ass prediction that he made that was pretty much exactly on. Blew me away.
I mean, dude.
To the turnovers and everything, Moj.
Okay.
So instead of focusing on your music, listen to my hot takes.
You talk about a well-rounded football team. The more I dig into this Patriots squad, the more nervous I'm getting. They were
but you can do this all week. The more information you're fed, remember?
They were 9th against the pass. They were 6th against the rush in terms of defense, which is pretty dang good. Their young quarterback is number 1 at a bunch of stuff. They were 3rd overall in terms of yards per game offensively, 2nd overall points per game. Passing overall, they were 4th in the league per game. Rushing overall, they were about 6th in rushing yards per game at 129. Dude, this is a good team.
There's one thing.
This is just, and I don't care if you say, well, they didn't beat anybody in the regular season. Dude, they kicked butt, and then they just won their 2 playoff games.
There is one final unknown surrounding Drake May that we're going to find out this weekend. Because everything else, I think we kind of know. Can he throw the deep ball? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can he play conservatively and not turn the ball over? Yeah. Can they put up points? Yes. Can they do all this different stuff? Yes, they can. Mm-hmm. There's one thing that we don't know. Can he handle the environment that he's going to walk into this Sunday in a road scenario?
That's a good question.
Both games at home. He is a second-year player who has not dealt with this kind of pressure in that kind of crowd.
That's a great question. I could turn it around and say, can Jarrett Stidham, who hasn't started a game in 2 years, handle the pressure of an AFC Championship game? That is his walk-off point.
Well, for sure. But that's something that we know we're like, hey, this is going to be a problem.
Sure.
Drake May, because of the success that he's had already, I think maybe that's a little bit more behind the curtain in the way that people think about it. But it's a huge factor.
Yeah.
Huge.
I mean,
Vic, to your point, in terms of May in his career, this guy has started now 30 games in his National Football League, more than that. He started 32 games in his National Football League career, which is 8 times the amount of Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah.
I mean,
I have another concern that's deeper than just the quarterback position, and it's related to the quarterback position because we're not talking about this enough. Remember, Bo Nix found a way to win when 2 of his top receivers went down very early in that game. So now you've got a quarterback coming in with very little experience, and you're minus 2 key receivers. And frankly, Pat Bryant, concussion, his 2nd concussion in a month. I don't expect him to play.
No way.
Do you?
No.
Troy Franklin, hamstring.
No way.
Come on. He's not playing with a hammy. So you're minus 2 key receivers. You don't think that the New England Patriots you don't think they've watched the film? You don't think they're going to key on Marvin Mims? So 2 things have to happen this week, in my opinion, for the Broncos to win. And this is going to be critical. Courtland Sutton's got to play like a Pro Bowler.
He was not good.
He can't drop passes.
He was not good last week.
Yeah.
Like,
he's got to
straight
play
up not
like
good.
a Pro Bowler. All right, that's number 1. And number 2, we have to see signs of life from Evan Ingram. We have to. We have to.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. There's I'm trying to figure out the right way to say
Trying
this.
to find a goddamn joker.
This isn't like addition by subtraction, but there is a benefit, whatever you want to call it. Even though you're out Pat Bryant and Troy Franklin, the benefit to me is it forces Marvin Mims to play a bigger role, which I've wanted forever. And we watched last week. Works out pretty well when this guy gets targeted the football and gets consistent playing time within the offense.
Somebody just texted in. I'm going to encourage people to do things that I didn't want them to an hour ago or 2 hours ago. I said you can be optimistic, but you've got to be realistic on this program. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Throw that to the wind. Throw it all to the wind. Believe whatever it is you want to believe. The 9030. New England doesn't cover the tight end well. Okay. Well, I would say to you, 9030, if you want to believe that, remember, it's not a lie if you believe it.
Well, that's great, but the Broncos have to use the tight end for that to work.
Here's Loretta. By the way, Loretta chimed in again today.
The nemesis.
If C.J. Stroud had played a better game than he did, they might have lost that game on Sunday. Guys, be real. Oh, Loretta. You know, Loretta, If you believe that, then good for you. Believe whatever it is you want to believe. Who am I sitting in front of this microphone to tell you that the sun does not rise in the west? Believe it. Whatever you want to believe, Loretta, whatever you and anybody else out there, whatever you can talk yourselves into, I say go for it because you're going to need to pull out all stops this weekend. End of story.
As usual, feel like I'm caught in between on this stuff. Like,
why are you caught in between me and Loretta? Who the hell side are you on?
Because Moser, you have spouted nothing but doom and gloom, and I'm like, I don't think that's it either.
Something's wrong with you.
Here's what I'll tell you. I'll tell you this on Tuesday, with days before this game left to go. If I had to put my mortgage down on somebody to win this game, I'm putting it on New England. Okay, they have too many advantages over what you have right now, especially with the backup quarterback entering the game. I'm not putting their chances at zero, though.
I would be surprised.
I am not either.
I wouldn't
at
be
all.
surprised if the Broncos won.
I guess I wouldn't be surprised. I would be pleasantly. Well, I don't even know how to put it.
What's a step above surprised or below surprised?
Step below surprised.
Like not like, wow, the Broncos won, but it'd be like, huh. I don't whatever that noise is.
Let me see. What is a step below surprised? Mildly surprised, bemused.
Bemused.
Quizzical. Raised eyebrows, taken aback.
Yeah, those all apply.
Okay, bemused. How's that? Well,
hang on.
Implies a mixture of mild surprise and slight confusion.
Yes.
Quizzical indicates a questioning or amused puzzlement.
Yeah, I feel like those are in a negative sense, though. Like when you say taken aback. That feels negative, and that's not what it is.
Agreed. I agree.
I think remember we played the sound game with quarterbacks a couple of weeks ago in the playoffs?
Yes.
I'd go, huh. That sound would exit if the Broncos won.
I'd be like, oh, all right. Yeah.
One last reminder, your final keyword is Sanford, like Mike. Text 303-504-0925, Sanford in your first and last name. You're entered to win 2 tickets to the Avs and Ducks tomorrow. Check out that $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza, just $10. PapaMurphys.com will announce a winner at 9:55.
By the way, I don't think I'm being negative either.
Actually, this would be the sound. That would be the sound of the Broncos.
The last thing, the 3924. Moser's being a little whiny baby since Bo got hurt. Am I? No, I just know the task at hand, and I know what the Broncos face.
More like since birth.
Yeah, okay, great. And I don't know what you're going to get out of your quarterback starting in the AFC title game. Nobody has any clue. You can have a feeling, you can have a lean. Sean Payton probably does. But the God's honest truth, we really do not know.
I like this. Texture says, I'll be damned. If you put like a Southern accent on that, that'll be my reaction. Broncos win, they walk off the field, they're going to the Super Bowl. I'll be like, I'll be damned.
How would Todd Bowles say that, Nelly?
He'd probably say something like, well, the Broncos don't play in a dome. You know that, right? I'll be damned.
Yeah, that's good. That's really good. Really good.
Odd.
I'll be damned.
Fact checker next. We'll announce the winner of the pair of tickets to the Avs and Ducks tomorrow in just a moment. I just saw something, by the way. Indiana being the national champion last night. It's from ESPN Insights. Indiana did not lose a fumble over its final 1,047 offensive plays. The last 15 games of their season. The only fumble they lost this year was in the first quarter of the season opener.
Wow. That is incredible.
You know, what moment in that game, when you think back at Indiana's 16-0 magical season, magic ride, what moment will resonate years from now? What play?
What play?
Two of them for me. One of them happened last night. I thought the Mendoza touchdown was great. But the touchdown in the back of the end zone against Penn State.
Sure. Yeah, but I'm talking about the national title game.
Oh, national title game.
Oh.
Yeah, that play. The Mendoza
play.
run.
So it's interesting to me because that play is as close to the Elway helicopter play in the Super Bowl as it gets. It's a quarterback deciding he's going to put his body on the line. Screw it. He went right after a linebacker. He ran over a guy.
Yeah, he juked a guy, ran over a guy, and then went flying.
And got slobber knocked into the end zone.
Yes.
No, it was like something out of a movie. That's what they would make the Heisman Trophy winner in the national championship to try and seal the game. That's the play it would look like. It's Shane Falco in the replacements.
My boy Keanu, left-handed quarterback. Who is a better quarterback, Shane Falco or Johnny Utah?
Well, we saw Falco play Utah. We never saw Johnny Utah play.
Utah, give me two. No, but he did kick.
Johnny Utah's like Jarrett Stidham. We need to see evidence.
We did see Shane Falco.
Yeah.
And Gene Hackman was a good coach, God rest his soul. Hey, is there any fear for you guys? And by the way, I want to get you a Signetti quote momentarily. Any fear about Mendoza playing for the Raiders? Do you fear that kid at all?
No. You know, everybody who assumes just because you achieve in college that it translates to the pros, let's pump the brakes just a little bit.
Yeah, but what if he gives all glory to God again? Nelly? It's your favorite. He's got to find it. Sorry.
He cursed last night. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Give all the glory to God!
He cursed.
He also said this.
Whatever they need me to do, they need me to take, shots from the front and the back, whatever it is, I'm going to die for my team out there.
Hey, poor phrasing.
We were never supposed to be in this position.
Poor phrasing there.
You guys are piling on a kid who just laid his body on the line for a natty.
Moshe, I told you this. I think he's insanely talented.
Are you out of your mind?
I think he's insanely talented. But all in favor, he's weird.
Yeah, well, a lot of great players are weird.
Everybody's weird. What's your definition of weird? He's not like most.
So weird. So I was accurate in my assessment. Thank you, Vic.
So here's Signetti's quote, calling the Indiana championship a paradigm shift that opens the door to any program willing to invest to climb to the top of the sport. He says, quote, people can cling to an old way of thinking, categorizing teams as this or that, or conferences as this or that, or they can adjust to the new world, the shift in the power dynamic in college football today.
He's right.
Wow.
All right, so it's January 20th, 2026. If somebody had said, 4 years ago, heck, 2 years ago, if somebody had said Indiana is going to be the next powerhouse, I would have laughed.
I would have laughed you right out
loud.
Yep.
I would have laughed out loud. I would have laughed out loud. I would have snickered. Then I would have turned off my microphone and walked out. Name the next. All right, so let's see if we can identify.
You want to play a fun game? Okay.
Let's find the next team that doesn't have a history. Now, that's the thing about Indiana. Their football history was awful.
Okay.
I mean, awful.
Okay. Got it.
You can't go with the team that,
I get it. I know. I got you.
You can't pick CU. CU won a national title. CU climbed the mountain. It's got to be a team
like Kansas.
that has been
Kansas
trash for
that's what I'm thinking.
Decades.
It's got to be like a Kansas or a Duke that gets NIL money through their basketball stuff, but they can funnel it towards football if they want to. I'm going with like a Kansas or a Duke or a UNC. They aren't in the SEC or the Big Ten conferences.
Mm-hmm.
They could make hay in the conferences they're in. I mean, Texas Tech, does that qualify? Texas Tech could get there.
But it's been a football school. I mean, they've played.
Yeah, that's been a football school.
Yeah.
I mean, what? They had a couple of years under Leach where they had Crabtree and Graham Harrell, and then what? I mean, they haven't won anything.
I got one for you. Arizona.
Oh, dude, when they had the Desert Swarm defense, they were pretty
I know,
good.
but that's as close as they got.
I mean, Gronk played there. You know,
I'm utilizing Brett Kane's model that he just referenced. A longtime basketball school that can now funnel its money to football. That would qualify, correct?
Yeah. What about like a San Diego State or some crazy thing like that?
Yeah. No, they got to be in a major conference.
Okay. Well, he just said you can stick to the old way of thinking in regards to teams or conferences as this or that. I don't know.
I'm going to stick with one of those. I'll just say basketball school who can change because NIL money's coming in for basketball and they can shift that over.
Can Houston do it?
Houston's had Heisman Trophy winners, Vic. I mean, they've already played pretty dang good football.
They've never been a threat to win a national title.
No, but I mean, that's
I'm talking about being in the club, Moj. Being in the club, baby, the club. You know what the club is? I know what that club looks like. They haven't been in the club.
Rutgers. No.
By the way, Vic, you were saying earlier, if I could have one coach in football to coach up a second-string quarterback, a backup quarterback to a level enough to win an AFC championship game.
I would take Jesus Christ.
Okay. Besides,
a friend of mine says Kentucky.
Our Lord and Savior.
Kentucky
might be good.
Kentucky.
Well, they had the big fat quarterback that one time. Remember?
Jared Lorenzen.
Yeah.
Kentucky's had a couple spike years the last decade. They've had a couple.
So, but you said Sean Payton, Vic.
Kentucky had Will Levis.
Yeah, they did. I would say Kyle Shanahan's done a pretty good job of resurrecting backup quarterbacks to win games.
To be fair, you know what? Shanahan is number one on that list. I've seen it.
I get it. So I've seen Sean Payton too. Again, dude, look at Sean Payton's backup quarterbacks and what they've done.
Okay, but
Take a look at it.
I watched Mac Jones this year be a guy that I have never seen before in my life, bro.
I get it.
He gave him mouth to mouth.
I get it. But Sean Payton coaches the hell out of his backups, which leads me to believe they just, it's a system that he runs, and they like it.
You ever had mouth to mouth? Well, Mac Jones' career did from Kyle Shanahan because that kid can play football now.
Until he leaves.
Well, Kyle Shanahan is a miracle worker. I'm telling you, man, that guy's great. I know they got throttled by Seattle, but there's a reason for that.
I'm already sick of Indiana.
Oh, here we go.
Hey, Mendoza's younger brother did hit the transfer portal already.
Oh, he did?
He did, yeah. He's leaving.
You're kidding? Oh, because they're getting that other...
Alberto is his name.
They're getting Hoover from TCU.
Yeah, they're getting the TCU kid.
Yeah.
Wow. Hey, where did my guy Sorsby end up again?
Texas Tech. They paid a healthy stipend to get him, too.
Yes, they did.
Wait, Sorsby's going to the Red Raiders?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
I thought it was maybe thinking LSU. What happened there?
Bruh.
Wow.
See Jordan Seaton hanging out with Lane Kiffin?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So Lane Kiffin at LSU came in, and he's getting our Colorado kid.
Jordan Seaton basically, he was playing the good soldier in Boulder. He was like, come on, come join me. Come on, we're dogs. And then finally the money started flowing. He's like, all right, enough of this. Let's go get some money.
The fact that he used the video from the production team that they made for him to say I'm coming back and then just use that to say I'm leaving is pretty dirty work.
Wait, what'd he do?
He had the production team at CU make him a video about him coming back to CU for another year. They gave him the video, and then he used the video to announce that he was entering the portal.
He did?
Yes.
Ooh.
Wow.
Dirty work.
Wow.
The winner of the pair of tickets to tomorrow's Avs and Ducks game is Steve Conklin. Congratulations, Steve. You're going to be at Ball Arena tomorrow. Let's get a fact checker, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
All right, earlier on the show, we played one of Brett's favorite sound bites of all time, not just in the sporting world or...
Yes.
We're talking about just the history of planet Earth.
Yep.
So just to make sure we're all on the same page, the Howard Dean scream happened on January 19th, 2004. So that's actually 22 years ago, Brett. I know we hate doing math on the spot, but yes, he did that at the Iowa caucus, and then his ratings plummeted after that infamous
It got
moment.
him eliminated from the race. And as just an aside, a footnote to that, if you watch Breaking Bad and the scene in which he blows up Tuco Salamanca's building, at the very beginning, season 1 of that series, they throw in the scream during the explosion. Check it out yourself. I'm so glad we got that in there. Again, Moj, look at me.
Moj,
You want to do it.
Tomorrow, I want you to reset yourself. Reset your system. Because you came in today, it was 3 hours of gloom and doom and misery. And
yeah.
I'll tell you what
were
started. Well, I don't feel that way, but I'll tell you what, if that was the case, which I don't think it is, but if it was, the reason it all started is because you're wearing the dumbest hat ever made, ever
it
designed.
represents our family, our station.
Dude, I love 92.5. I love 9.2 and 5.
I
love
represent
Altitude
us.
Sports Radio. But dude, it was an abomination from the get-go, and Brett knows it, and I know it, and now everybody knows it.
Have a wonderful
Say it.
Tuesday.
Say it before you
iTunes,
go.
Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. We'll talk to you all tomorrow.
Say it. It was an
Love you guys.
abomination.
See
Say
ya.
it.
We're going to California and Texas and New York. And we're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Ah!
Turnover in front. Oh, McKinnon ripped it home. Turnovers are costly. And Nathan McKinnon helps Washington pay the price with his third point of the hockey game and his 38th goal of the season. 2 have come today. It's 5-2 Avs with 3.5 to go.
He's going to take off and run. Mendoza weaves his way first and goal. Diving toward the end zone. Touchdown! That's why he won the Heisman Trophy.
All bets weren't off with Hostetler. They weren't off in Philly. When we lost Breeze at the midseason against the Rams and Bridgewater won 5 in a row, all bets can be off. They weren't off for Houston this year when Mills came in, and I don't know. I don't know if he lost the game. I think to your second question, you're dead on. I think the plan's always got to be built around the type and the skill set of the players you're playing with. And so, are there certain things that Bo does differently than Stiddy? Absolutely. And that's where the work begins tonight.
Avs find a way to get back into the win column yesterday afternoon against the Caps in a matinee. We had the college football season come to a close, a fantastic game.
I didn't think that matinee was going to be one of your Colorado soft T words.
A matinee.
You said matinee.
All right, fine. Whatever.
Come on, man.
You just get over it. Just get over it.
Just
get over it. Yeah, Avs find a way to get a win. Despite not knowing what goaltender interference is, and we'll get into that a little bit later because it's insanity. Nathan McKinnon, a 3-point night. We've got the Nuggets, and the Lakers tonight on 92.5. You'll have coverage starting at 7:30 with our pregame show presented by Ramos Law. We're giving away Avs tickets because it is an Avs Ticket Tuesday as well as a 2K Tuesday here on the Morning Sprint.
Why was I a keyword?
I don't know.
I was a keyword?
You should be
Steve
so
Nelson.
happy.
Why was I a keyword,
Nelly
man?
doesn't make the keywords. It's not up to him.
Backup quarterbacks.
Fantastic. So good. So good. I'm glad you asked the question now.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, thank you.
Pretty solid.
That
We'll
was
give away
really
Avs
good.
tickets. Talk
Really
a little
good
bit
guy.
about Nikola Jokic.
I never
being
got my steady moment.
An NBA All-Star starter yet again. LeBron James for the first time since his rookie season not voted as a starter. And, he's not. He shouldn't be.
Who?
LeBron James.
That guy out of here.
But we got to start with what happened last night on the football field. Indiana, their first national championship. This thing came down to the wire. Carson Beck, for some reason, throws a hope ball. When the Hurricanes were finding their way down the field, plenty of time, no timeouts, but plenty of time to get this thing done. It ends up being the first real test that the Hoosiers had on their march to a championship. Great football game. Heisman Trophy winner shows why he wins the Heisman, does his best John Elway impersonation. Coach, your overall thoughts on the college football season as a whole and that title game.
My greatest, most significant takeaway from the CFP 2025-26 season is that the post-game party down in Miami Beach, South Beach, for Fernando Mendoza involved his animal graham crackers fighting each other before he ate them. He is so freaking funny and weird and awesome and makes really awkward eye contact with the camera when he's doing an interview.
So weird.
And
who taught him to do that?
I don't know, but you know what? He's still doing it. Nobody corrected him.
Right.
Or somebody did and he doesn't have the ability to. That is who he is.
I know
man.
it is.
Do you think that he still actively plays with dinosaur figurines?
Wouldn't put it past him.
He's really good, man.
Finds a way to get it down the field.
Dude, his fourth down conversion, and actually Mike Shanahan, the actual offensive coordinator, there he is, the offensive coordinator for the Indiana Hoosiers, entirely unrelated to Mike and Kyle Shanahan of Denver Broncos and 49ers lore. He did a great job on that fourth down call inside the tightish red zone to call a quarterback lead draw with the running back.
They weren't going to do that. They were coming out to kick a field goal.
I know. And that was Cignetti. Do you think so? I think Fernando Mendoza plays with his graham crackers and has like fictitious battles between his different animals.
Signetti burns ants with a magnifying glass.
He 100% does. And I think he has voodoo dolls, multiple voodoo dolls, plays with those. One of the most peculiar head coach quarterback tandem in sport history. And they were awesome, man. They did a phenomenal job. Is there any world that exists where Fernando Mendoza's his legacy at Indiana leads to more Indiana success? Or do you think that we live in an era of college football with this portal world where you might not see any form of a dynastic run because there are so many one and dones on every roster? I mean, Fernando Mendoza is a one and done. Heck, his brother entered the portal this morning because Indiana already has their heir apparent that they spent big money on, and that's TCU's quarterback, Josh Hoover, who, strangely, I recruited at University of Minnesota, and he committed to Indiana when Kalen DeBoer was there as the offensive coordinator. It's just, I don't think college football has a world that exists where you're going to see repeat champions anymore. I mean, Nick Saban said it perfectly. I heard him yesterday on some of the pregame show. He was talking about that this is a massive advantage, this current landscape of the NIL and the revenue sharing, I guess you'd call it parity creation. He said it's a massive advantage for the Big Ten Conference. And then he tongue-in-cheek said, there's no way that anybody from the South would have ever gone to any of those schools until you paid them.
Of course.
Which also implies there was only one area of the country that was consistently paying its own, and that was the SEC. And now the SEC wasn't even involved in the damn event. College football is wild right now, but it was a fun football game. I would say the overall tournament was good. It was really good.
We had some banger games. There were also a ton of blowouts. Like, Indiana did not have anyone that stepped up to them up until the second half of that national championship.
I called that one, didn't I?
They ran through Bama. You did call it.
I said the trenches of Miami, which proved to be true for the most part. The trenches of Miami.
I mean, they hit
really
Mendoza early. They hit him often.
Yep, and they ran
the
football.
He was bruised. He was battered. Yeah, like Miami
Mark
did
Fletcher
their very best.
They had their opportunities to run the football. And then my caveat to my Miami prediction was, if Fernando Mendoza does first overall pick of the draft type things physically, they're going to win, and he did in critical moments. He wasn't perfect. He wasn't unbelievable, but Miami's defense is really good too.
The Mississippi-Georgia game was good. The Miami-Ohio State game was better than the final score ended up being. Mississippi-Miami was fantastic. The rest of the bracket on the top wasn't great. Bama-Oklahoma was fun. We can remember all the way. When was that? Like December 19th? It was like a month ago. Oregon-James Madden blowout. Oregon-Texas Tech blowout. Indiana over Oregon blowout. I don't know. You got a third of the games that were entertaining. And I think that's what's going to happen as you continue to expand the playoff, as you continue to see these one and dones without any guardrails. You're going to have, this is what it's going to look like.
So we are legitimately, we are at the top of the food chain in terms of pro sports towns in America. The city of Denver right now.
Yeah, we're right there.
We're at the top of the food chain. Avs, as good as it gets.
You have three
Nuggets,
teams that can legitimately win it. Now the Bo Nix injury muddies those waters.
This is a pro sports market.
Yes.
We love college football. I literally dedicated my life, and my dad dedicated his life to college football. But even me, I am on the fence about the state of college football. Not just the workability of it, but also the watchability and the year in, year out product. And I would love to hear from you here in Denver on our Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. Where are you at with college football? You personally, do you love it? Do you hate it? Are you indifferent to it? Do you just watch it when there's a banger of a matchup? Are you all in? Because I want to know, just a little bit of a sample size here. In a pro sports market with great consumers of sport that we have great listeners of,
there is historic championship lore in college football.
And we do have a really good state of college athletics. I mean, there's traditional rivalry built in. You have one of the elite academies, in Air Force. You have some historically really good Division II and even FCS football teams. But I want to know where you're at with college football. So let me know, man. Where's your relationship? How's your relationship with college football after the 2025-2026 college football playoffs?
I'm all in on it right now. I agree with the 947. It feels like anybody can get it done. Now, it's so funny. I don't feel that way about my own school. I don't feel that way about Colorado for some reason right now as well. But it feels as though if you're willing to put in the time, put in the money, you can be Indiana. You just got to find the right guy. And the question here in the state of Colorado is Dion the right guy? Is Dion your version of Cristobal? Is Dion your version of Kurt Signetti? Or is he something far less?
I mean, you're 3 years into the experience, right? One of the 3 years felt like there was a chance that he was in that conversation. The other two would say, no way, no how. And we'll find out. Year 4's, I said year 3 was big. I mean, I think year 4 is everything. Because you can't continue down a bad path for 2 consecutive years if you're investing $10+ million on a coach. Can't. Sean McDermott has a career winning percentage well above 65% in the National Football League. He just got fired as a winner of a playoff game. And he's won a playoff game in just about every single year that he's been the head coach of the Buffalo Bills. But it's just not good enough. So, we got some interesting ones right here. I hate it. Why would I watch when a coach of a top 10 team doesn't even want to compete in the playoffs because of money? I'm trying to think of who that would be. Who's like the anti-NIL guy? I'm trying to think. I don't even know who that would be. Yeah, Texas back 406. Done with college football. Not interested, but really never was interested. Just want to focus on college basketball. I mean, I think it's we live in I didn't feel like last night being in Denver, Colorado. I didn't feel like there was any local sports establishment that was going to be anywhere near like 1/10 of the experience that I had at number 38 with the Broncos experience.
Why would it? It's Miami, Indiana. Why would it?
I think it'd be because
even though it's one and done and players are changing every single year and you don't know who is on each college team from a season to the very next year, it's still very regional. It's still very individualized for each watcher, each viewer, each fan.
Samuel from the text line has the perfect summary here. College football is changing and nothing will stop it. It's a good, fun to watch product, but it's not as special as it used to be.
Yeah, it has lost the soul. I'll give you that.
That is my exact sentiment right there. I'm still going to watch it. I'm not going to binge watch it like I probably did 5-10 years ago when I had a free weekend. On a bye week, I would watch sun up to sundown college football.
I do miss the years where you could follow a player for 3 or 4 seasons at one school. You could follow a group of guys. You remember those USC teams where it wasn't just 1 year of Matt Leinart and Reggie Bush. It was 4 years of Lendale White, and it was 4 years of Leinart, and it was 3 years of Bush. So you could see that progression from year to year.
So
you
3
always
years
knew
of
what happened.
Bush.
I missed that.
3 years of Bush is a lot of growth.
That's a lot of Bush.
A lot of growth.
A lot of Bush.
Yep, sure is.
303-504-0925. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, your first keyword to get you guys inside the building on Wednesday evening as the Avs take on the Ducks. First keyword coming up on the other side. That's Coach. I'm Raj. It's Altitude.
Third quarter. Frustration gets to Dilfer. He's hit by John Randall. He says Randall was going for his knees. And look at Dilfer. Get down! It's 2 out of 3 falls to curfew. And he was ejected from the game, was the quarterback for fighting with an all-pro defensive lineman. Then, yip, whoop, whoop. The basic moon to John Garak 3-yard pass. Oh, the Vikings rolled. In the first half, yardage 351 to 83.
Nothing better than Boomer's fastest minute, Chris Berman on ESPN, talking about our very next keyword on an Avs Ticket Tuesday. It's powered by Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza.
We're talking famous backup quarterbacks,
We're talking famous backup quarterbacks. You heard Chris Berman mention his name there. All you have to do is text the word Dilfer. Dilfer with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to get tickets to see the Avs and the Ducks tomorrow night. Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays are your ticket for any large pizza at just $10. Order online at papamurphys.com. Your keyword this hour is Dilfer, D-I-L-F-E-R, as in Trent Dilfer. The winner will be announced at 11:55 a.m. Good luck. We've got a couple of good backup quarterbacks as our keywords for the morning sprint today. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. College football has come to a close. The Indiana Hoosiers, your national champions. Dude, I got this so wrong. You want to hear my 12-team field at the beginning of the season?
Please.
Texas.
Not a terrible prediction.
I mean, didn't make it. Bad prediction. Penn State. Not great.
Not good.
Clemson.
Fired head coach. Not good.
Notre Dame.
Didn't make it, but
Didn't make it, but probably should have been there. Ohio State, Utah, Alabama, LSU, USC, Georgia, Tulane, Miami. Not terrible, but only getting, half of the teams of a 12-team playoff? Not my best work, Coach. I had Texas and Penn State in the national championship game. That's how bad I was at the beginning of the season. Texas and Penn State.
I want to know, preseason-wise, what had you so high on USC?
I don't know. I just felt it. I was just feeling that, Lincoln Riley was eventually going to get it done. You can't be that successful and have that many good quarterbacks and not make it work in Southern California, but I was so far off, dude. So far off. The ACC, I said there were going to be 4 10-win teams.
Who'd you have?
Clemson, Miami.
All right, good on you for Miami.
I can't remember the other 2 teams that I had in there.
I bet you didn't have Virginia and Duke battling it out.
No,
in the ACC
sure didn't
title
have
game.
that. Sure didn't have that, man.
How about that, man?
Such a tough go. Avs get back in the win column last night at home, 5-2 over Alexander Ovechkin and the Capitals. 3-point night from Nathan McKinnon. We still don't know what goaltender interference is. We don't really know what a catch is in the NFL. We don't know what goalie interference is in the NHL. It needs to change. Man, it made one of, if not the prettiest goal the Avs have scored all season long. Made it inconsequential. Wiped it off the board. And it's all because Marty Necas was, I wouldn't say driven into the goaltender, but he was locked up with a defenseman in front of Charlie Lindgren, brother of former Av for a hot second, Ryan Lindgren. He was drawn into the top of the crease, and the knob of Lindgren's stick gets kind of pushed into Necas's hip. He drops his stick, trying to push from right to left, throws his blocker at the puck. Makar scores. We get a timeout from Carberry, and then a review, and they call the goal off. In no way did the Necas interference, the little hip check of the stick, in no way of the knob. In no way did that materially affect Lindgren's ability to make the save last night. And yeah, it doesn't matter in game 47. God forbid it matters in a playoff round against the Stars. God forbid.
That was Ryan Lindgren?
That was Charlie Lindgren, who is Ryan Lindgren's brother.
Okay.
Ryan Lindgren with the Avs last year.
Where's Ryan now?
I think he's a Seattle Kraken.
Oh, okay.
I'm almost positive he's a Kraken.
Good old Kraken.
Yeah, we got to figure that out, man. It's not good enough. At some point, physical sports require physical contact. If the NHL makes goalies untouchable in a way that the quarterback is untouchable in the NFL, I'm going to lose my freaking mind. I'm going to lose my mind.
Sorry.
Yeah. 303-504-0925.
Try to work on getting a famous backup quarterback to join the show here. In fact, I was pulling from my Rolodex, and I was trying to get the keyword to join the show.
That'd be awesome. It really was. Hey, Trent, did you know that you can win free Avs tickets by texting your own name?
If you call in right now, we'll just have you bypass the process of the texting. Because it is Trent Dilfer. So
guys, I hate to say it, I'd give Trent Dilfer the tickets over you right now. Because then I bet you if Trent were to go there, he'd buy tickets for the rest of you.
Do you know what Dilfer's doing?
No clue.
So he just got dismissed as the head football coach at University of Alabama, Birmingham, the Blazers. He was the UAB head coach.
Didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, he got fired. Actually, this is wild. Chris Mortensen, you know Chris Mortensen of ESPN fame? Morty. His son is now the head coach of UAB. Okay, cool. And so Trent Dilfer, he followed the lead of this coacher. He went back to high school football in Nashville, Tennessee. Back to the school that he was the high school head coach at. So I thought, peer-to-peer, high school head coach to high school head coach. Dilf, you want to jump on the program? We'll have you on anytime, man.
I would love to have Dilfer on the program, so I appreciate
also,
you know
why? You want to know my angle of why I wanted Dilfer on the program? Because he ran Elite 11, which is the quarterback competition of the top 11 QBs in America. Guess who was an alumni of that program? One Jarrett Stidham.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you.
Well, actually, I was part of the origin of it when it was just a SoCal, like a small Southern California
Doesn't matter,
deal.
Coach. Doesn't
And
matter.
And that was, so Rob Johnson, former Buffalo Bill quarterback Rob Johnson of USC, his father, legendary high school head coach, started it as a local Southern California thing, grew it. Then who took it over next? Trent Dilfer became a big ESPN. There was like a ring ceremony like Bachelor. It turned into a reality TV show. And then guess who took it over? Current legend high school head coach and also Russell Wilson personal quarterback coach, Jake Heaps. Pretty cool lineage of Elite 11 quarterback play.
Is Trent Dilfer the most successful backup quarterback when it comes to the postseason, or do you give it to Foles?
I think the two of them are in that conversation, right? I mean, it seems like did Dilfer play longer, I thought. Did he not?
Dilfer played until he was 35.
But I'm saying Dilfer was a starter. He was drafted to be a starter out of Fresno State. So was Foles though, wasn't he? I mean, Foles was not, he was a first or second round draft pick.
Foles was 88th overall, third round to the Eagles back in 2012. Okay. He started 6 games in his age 23 season. He went 1-5. He started 10 games in his second year at age 24 in 2013. He was basically a backup from then on out.
Yeah, I would say this. I mean, Nick Foles is the recent one that hits everybody's brain in terms of going out and winning a Super Bowl. But Trent Dilfer was a bit different because he felt like the starting quarterback of that team that season. More so than Foles did. Like, that was Carson Wentz's team. Very clearly.
Carson Wentz was going to win an MVP that year.
He was balling. Talk about a weird fall from grace. I guess it was injuries for Carson Wentz. He just couldn't stay healthy. Because he was an exciting prospect out of North Dakota State.
Really funny here. Guess how many balls Trent Dilfer threw in the 2000 playoff run en route to a championship for Baltimore? When they won a Super Bowl in January 28th of 2001. He had 73 total attempts in 4 games. I think there's a greater chance that Jarrett Stidham throws more than 73 balls in 2 games if he gets to the Super Bowl.
I mean, Bo just threw 48, didn't he?
Yep.
I mean, and Jarrett Stidham might be Sean Payton's shiny new object as a pocket passer.
We heard that little clip at the beginning of the show, Sean going, you do have to lean into what these guys do best. And what Sean knows, he loses the ability of a dual threat run for a first down quarterback design run type of guy. You don't have that anymore without Bo. What you told me yesterday, and I asked you point blank, is there anything that Jarrett Stidham does better than Bo? And you said, I think he's a more accurate thrower of the football.
Consistently pure, clean, accurate thrower. Yes, we saw that at training camp almost on a daily basis. I had a good conversation yesterday with, just my tight end coach over in high school level, Brock Heward, another very famous backup quarterback for both the Indianapolis Colts and Peyton Manning, and then also the Seattle Seahawks, and actually, believe it or not, was Trent Dilfer. He backed up Trent Dilfer.
He didn't get Hasselbeck in there?
He got Hasselbeck too. He got both. They were all in the same room together, and they're still, and actually all three current high school football coaches. Matt Hasselbeck, high school head coach, also in Nashville, Tennessee at Ennsworth High School.
Okay.
Might have a game in the future there with one of those guys.
I hope you do.
Maybe both. We'll have a little jamboree, if you will. We all play each other. I was talking to Brock a little bit and just asking him, just kind of from his mindset, what he sees in Jarrett Stidham. And he said, yeah, I mean, as Brock has called college football games for the last 2 decades. So he's been on some of the calls with Big 12 football, SEC football. He's seen both at ESPN and at Fox a lot of these different quarterbacks. He said, yeah, Jarrett Stidham, really, really clean, really good thrower. But how's he going to deal with the pass rush? And when you look at the sack stats in the starts that Jarrett Stidham does have, I believe it's 4 games, 18 sacks, which is obviously one of what that would be antithetical to what Sean Payton loves so much about Bo Nix, is the don't take bad plays. Don't get sacked. Don't turn the football over. And obviously the more you're getting sacked, as we learned with Josh Allen and even Drake May in his game against the Texans, the more you're getting hit, the more you're getting sacked, the more the likelihood of eventually fumbles starting to get coughed up. And so that's something that Jarrett Stidham has to be able to utilize is the knowledge that what has made this successful version of the offense has been not having the bad play. So can Jarrett Stidham get away from trouble? Can he manipulate protection pre-snap to be able to get his protections right so that he doesn't have free hitters? Because one thing that we learned about Bo actually does a pretty good job dealing with free hitters, right? If there, for some reason, was a protection malfunction, be it on him, be it on maybe the running back or a tackle, in the slide or identification, Bo would typically give a little ha, boom, and he's on the perimeter. And he's either throwing the football away or potentially extending it for a first down. Do we know that Jarrett Stidham can do that in this big of a spot? No, we don't. We don't. And so that's going to be the question.
It takes away the ability to use zone read in the offense. It takes away the ability to use the quarterback design run function in the red zone. You're assuming that you're not going to do that with Jarrett Stidham. Now, I don't know. Maybe that is something that Sean has identified that Stiddy can do.
Sneaky athlete.
Okay.
Sneaky. Bo wasn't sneaky. A lot of people that don't know Bo would say, wow, he's a sneaky good athlete. No, he was the number 1 rated dual threat quarterback in America as a high school athlete.
If Bo doesn't get hurt, does the window for J.K. Dobbins open? Or do you keep him on the bench? I don't expect J.K. to play this week. And you are opening up that window for practice because you only have 2 games remaining. So I understand it's there's no downside to doing it. But if Bo is healthy, you win that game, you're hosting the AFC Championship game, and you haven't really committed to the run game all year, especially since J.K. Dobbins went out that injury. Is that window open now simply because you don't have your leading rusher? And that's who Bo was in the last game.
I have a feeling that J.K. Dobbins himself, as a known competitor, a dog who Mike McGlinchey talked about as almost like the heart and soul of the offensive side of the ball. I just have this feeling with him having played with the Ravens and the Los Angeles Chargers, 2 franchises that we know for certain recently did not make it to the Super Bowl. I think he sees this as one of those moments in life that if I don't, I will regret.
Might be my only chance.
This could be it. And
even though if he aggravates that injury, it could mean kind of the end of J.K. Dobbins' career as either a feature or a 1A, 1B back.
Right, you're probably right.
How much do you know about the Liz Frank?
I know quite a bit.
Can you, while playing on it, injured or going back early, and I know you're not a doctor, but can you really screw up
here's
more?
There are certain injuries Raj, that unfortunately I have become more sensitive to the long-term nature of it as a coach to say, you know what? I am going to give absolutely zero nudging or you can do this, or like Liz Frank's one of those that you're like, stay away.
I don't want to touch it.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever the doctor says, that's what you're going to do.
And the reason, because before it is it's a midfoot. So it's like every bit of your explosive movement, it's all going to be generated or at least go through the middle part of your foot as opposed to a toe, right? An ankle, like I know ankles are, you're so used to people playing through high ankle sprains, medial ankle sprains. I mean, medial ankle sprains, hey, just freaking wrap that sucker up. Let's get back out on the field, bud. And that's how it goes, man. Ankle sprains don't keep football players out. High ankle sprains, which are dang near fractures, you don't realize that, is you basically you had everything but an entire fracture. A lot of times high ankle sprains are partial fractures, hairline fractures. The amount of times that I've had offensive linemen and defensive linemen play on high ankles that normal human beings wouldn't even be walking for 2 months is pretty frequently. Liz Franks, oh no. It's hey, who's the foot specialist? Let him do his job, or let her do her job. That's it. I'm not even talking about Liz Frank. Labrums, which is a shoulder injury. You always hear about grade 1 AC sprains, grade 2 AC sprains. Typically they go with a labrum. Dude, 75% of the adult population's walking around with a torn labrum. Like, harness that bad boy up and let's go play ball. We'll be fine. We'll get a surgery after the season. Liz Frank, however, yeah, you don't, if that's a don't ask, but don't tell. Like, figure that thing out on your own. That's a personal decision because it is so finite, and the surgical procedure for it, it's gotta be right. And the recovery's got to be right, or you could be jeopardizing the future of an athlete. You're totally right.
It's so interesting for where he is in his career, how old JK is, how many years he's played in the league. If this was 3 years earlier in his career, no chance he's playing. If this was 2 years later in his career, I go, he's guaranteed to be in the lineup. He's in this weird tipping point of maybe I've got another contract left in me, or this might be my last chance at a championship, my last chance at glory. So interesting for J.K. Dobbins. Text the word Dilfer, D-I-L-F-E-R, Dilfer.
Dilfer.
We're doing our best to get Trent Dilfer on the show.
It's not an answer, man.
Son of a gun, Trent.
Come on, Trent.
303-504-0925. Text that word Dilfer in if you guys want to get inside the doors at Ball Arena. See the Avs take on the Ducks on Wednesday night. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. It's Denver's #1 for sports talk, Altitude 92.5. It's Navs Ticket Tuesday. Your next keyword is coming up at 11:20. We're giving away tickets to see the Avs take on the Ducks on Wednesday evening at Ball Arena. So make sure you guys listen every single hour today on the 20s for your keywords. We're doing backup quarterbacks today. So our first keyword is come and gone. We were talking about Trent Dilfer. We have another one that's coming up who I'll just give you a hint. He has been vocal in the media over the last couple of days about how the Patriots don't really play well against backup quarterbacks.
That's a good one.
That's a good hint. It's a pretty heavy hint. I think I'm giving it away.
But don't type it in yet.
Yeah, don't do it.
Wait till 11:20.
Yeah, because then you won't be actually entered to win those tickets. Jarrett Stidham's going to find a way to keep this thing close. The defense is good enough. Drake May very clearly does not have an offensive line in front of him that can keep him upright. And yes, there's injuries there. We saw that it came back to kill the Chargers. From what we saw out of Stidham in the preseason, 2 games, was it enough to make you go, he can get it done when it actually matters? Or is that simply just practice muscles and training camp throws, right? Like we talked a little bit about Zach Wilson yesterday. How when the ball exploded out of Zach Wilson's right arm, you went, oh, that's different.
Okay.
That it sounds different. It looks different. It's better than Bo. It's better than Jarrett Stidham. But when it came down to it, those beach muscles,
the show muscles,
right? The show muscles for Zach Wilson.
They weren't quite the go muscles. You got to have the go muscles, man.
When it actually comes down to true football.
That's funny because when you're a high school athlete, you're a football player, other sports, and you're training, you're in the gym. If you don't have an organized strength program at your high school program, you just go to your local Choose Fitness or wherever it may be, and you're just doing curls, man.
Thighs for the guys.
Yep, or thighs. Just doing the quad, the quad curl machine, right?
The one where you sit and you just.
Yep.
Toes to the heavens.
So if you're one of those guys that's just working out the show muscles, hey, heck, that's a little bit of what I fell in love with at the combine. I fell in love with a couple of quarterbacks with the show muscles, which was the arm talent, right? Michael Penix spinning the football every single which way, watching J.J. McCarthy. God, it shocked me with how much arm strength he had. I thought that was where his deficiency was. I thought he was just a winner and a game manager. And then I see him at the combine throw right after Bo Nix, or actually it was right before Bo Nix alphabetically, and every ball that he threw had more zip on it than Bo Nix. It's almost like Bo Nix didn't work on the show muscles as a quarterback. Just the sexy arm talent, some of the way the ball jumps out of your hand, the spirals, and we saw it in training camp, especially in the 2024 year. But for Bo Nix, it's been about the go muscles, man. It's about like the stuff at the gym that nobody really wants to do, the core stuff. It's the squats, it's leg day, it's the working on the explosive movements of hang cleans. Bo essentially has that entire go muscle of when it's time to go win football games. Bo says go, and he did. We don't know about Jarrett Stidham, brother. None of us do. Vic can be as negative as he wants to be about the fact that we do not know, therefore it's probably not there with Jarrett Stidham. I don't fall into that camp, but I also can't fall into the camp of saying, well, I've seen him throw
you
routes
didn't know
on air.
It was there with Bo?
He didn't until
you
year 2.
You had no idea it was there for Bo until the Eagles game of this year. Yeah, he won a lot of games last year, but he won them against crappy teams. And they lost a lot of one-score games. You didn't know if Bo had it until this year.
You didn't know he had the quote, the reason in his back pocket.
Without a doubt.
I am the reason. This team won because of the quarterback play in the fourth quarter or in overtime, which happened so many times this year.
I don't know. If you play Drake May at home 10 times the backup quarterback.
All right, do we know Drake May's got it in his bag?
He hasn't really been tested.
Really hasn't, man.
Although he did beat the best defense in the world, and that's the Houston defense. They are better than Denver's.
Did he?
4 interceptions from C.J. Stroud certainly helps, but the Broncos beat the Bills by 3, and there were 5 turnovers in that game, so I can't really say that Bo was the only reason why you beat the Bills.
You ready to get weird
part
here?
of it. It wasn't the only reason.
You ready to get weird here? Drake May's victory over the turnover machine and awful quarterback play of CJ Stroud and
Don't
the
ask
Texans
Ryan Clark. Still think he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
is the equivalent of, remember when we kept talking about CJ Stroud's playoff victory against the Chargers the year before? Was that really CJ Stroud
No,
that
it
won
was
that game?
4 Justin Herbert interceptions.
And that's how I feel a little bit with Drake May. Now, with that, who do you have to give credit to? You got to give credit to the New England defense, which, oh, by the way, are they the best defense in pro football? No. Are they the Houston Texans in terms of pass rush and wild looks pre-snap? No, they're not. But have they pestered opposing quarterbacks all season long? Yeah. There's a reason why Drake May hasn't had to be the reason. Because that team and their special teams unit, that's probably the X factor in this game, is Darren Rizzi's unit has been arrow up since about week 5, week 6, when it was kind of bad and you had the leverage penalty. It felt like you had a special teams penalty almost every game. That arrow's been up, man. It's been pretty good. The Patriots special teams unit is very good. And you can't allow that to be the reason that the Patriots come into your backyard and win the football game. Because if you combine special teams explosive plays plus a quarterback in the Denver Broncos, he's finding his way. He's not. Newsflash, Jarrett Stidham's not going to play perfect football on Sunday. Newsflash. Nor did Bo. Certainly nor did Josh Allen, right? So you have to have all the other complementary pieces of your roster optimized to play the best that they can possibly play.
New England has it optimized from a special team standpoint and from a running back standpoint. They have a two-headed monster there with the
Very
Patriots. Denver doesn't have it. That's the reason why J.K. Dobbins he's not being activated yet, but that window for practice is open. Maybe he pushes it. Maybe he says this is the only chance I'm going to be in an AFC championship game for the rest of my career. Is he that Travion Henderson? Is he that Ramondre Stevenson type of back that New England has? I don't think so. Now with the Liz Frank injury, it's very clear that Sean Payton doesn't want to run his other backs. Although, like, the most underrated play, KJ, do you have this? The most underrated play that we didn't get to yesterday in the big play replay? Was it this one from RJ Harvey? It could be. That little spin-off would have been dropped for a loss and finds a way to get it done. This play.
Next back to throw from the pocket. Brings it over to Harvey. Nice move to get past Shaq Thompson and keeps his balance going as he approaches midfield. Big time play by the rookie second rounder that goes for 24 yards.
24 yards from the rookie, RJ Harvey, right sideline, breaks 3 different tackles. There's no reason why you can't allow him to do that. That was in overtime, 2nd down and 7, right after a little 3-yard pass to Marvin Mims. He made 3 defenders miss, and he gets the ball all the way out to the Denver 47. That was 2 plays prior to the Cortland Sutton pass interference call. You're not there. You're staring down 3rd and 10 from your own 20, from your own 17. You're staring down another punt if he doesn't make that play.
Did Sean abandon the run game prematurely against the Bills, in your opinion? Because the reasons are obvious, right? Jaleel McLaughlin puts the ball on the ground, and then you have an exchange issue with RJ Harvey. It felt...
It turned into like a flea flicker.
I know. So how is that not a penalty? Were there not offensive linemen downfield and
I
Bo
no
throws
clue.
it? It's
No
crazy.
idea.
I was like, Bo, don't throw that. Oh,
Just go down. Just go to the ground.
Jeez, what are we doing?
10 carries for running backs in that game for a total of 41 yards.
Average over 4 yards a carry.
Right? Like it's
Come on.
I'll take 4 yards a touch.
It was the when the exchange with RJ Harvey found the turf at Empower Field. I looked over at somebody that was standing next to me and I said, Sean is going to think the moment's too big for these two backs. Come back to this roster now, J.K. Dobbins. And we might find ourselves there. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, I see Rob Trujillo. Bill's backer.
Oh, no.
I think he was hiding yesterday.
City of losers. Buffalo fans have not been happy with me.
I was so mean yesterday. Gosh, I was mean.
I was trying to be the guy who had the heart for the Bills fans.
I don't like them. I don't get caught up in their bit. And we all saw, every single one of us saw what happened when they lost the game. They reared their ugly heads.
303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us today. 20 minutes from right now, we will have our NFL Rewind, go through the divisional round, KJ's NFL notes, and your next Avs keyword to get you inside Ball Arena, see the Avs take on the Ducks. Hour 2 of the morning sprint comes up next. Nuggets and Lakers tonight on 92.5. Coverage starts at 7:30 p.m. with your pregame show presented by Ramos Law. Avs got a win last night. Nuggets looking to get one against the Lakers, but they're going to be shorthanded yet again. We saw how that went their last game. While they have been very good, there's going to be those types of games where it's just so very clear that having all of these players out with injury is going to come back to kill you. I'm not going to say they can't win the game, because they've shown us more often than not they can. They've stayed exactly where they were in the standings since December 29th when Joker went out with that injury. They had jumped up. They also had fallen back down. But over the course of those games, which we are, at 10 full games without Nikola, I think, at this point, you are riding flat.
Right.
And I take that. If you tell me that back on December 29 that they stay exactly where they are, I sign up for it 100 times out of 100.
That's all we wanted, man. Just
Joker,
give us 500 basketball.
Voted in as a star. Did you see a Bleacher Report came out with a tweet 6 minutes ago saying 2 NBA players voted for Bronny to start the All-Star game?
Like as in
Bronny. As in not LeBron James, but yes, his son.
How is Bronny doing this year?
I have no idea. It's such an afterthought. I didn't even think he was still in the league. I thought that was just a thing for last year. It's still a thing now? Is he on the roster? Is he going to be in Denver tonight?
Do we know who the 2 players are that did that?
No, it's got to be his father, and then it has to be another Laker. There's no way it's not another Laker. He can't do that. He can't be that guy.
Yeah.
Don't be that guy. Don't be that
Who
suck
is that
up.
guy?
It's his father and someone who wants to
You
suck
really
up
think
to his
his dad
father.
did it?
Can you vote for yourself?
But is he an NBA player right now? I think is he a G leaguer?
I don't know where he is at this point.
I can't
I'm
find
not following the career of Bronny James, man.
All right, so he's playing. He's playing in the games.
Oh my god,
24 games this
Can
year.
you vote for yourself is a great question, because if you can vote for yourself, I bet you the 2 last names on those ballots are James.
Tell you what, man.
James and James.
Bronny James. He leads the NBA in free throw percentage. 100%.
2 for 2. I got a text here, Coach. Absolutely no reason for the quarterback run that broke Bo's ankle. Why aren't we talking about that point? Sean Payton could have just cost us the AFC Championship.
Well, the quarterback run that was designed that ended up leading to an ankle fracture for Bo Nix, well, it's the same exact scheme as the 15-plus yard touchdown run that Bo Nix had in the 19-point come-from-behind victory over the New York Football Giants. It was quarterback
18-yard run.
Yep, was it 18?
18 yards, I believe.
It was quarterback pin and pull, which is a buck sweep. It's a sweep play where you down block and you pull your tackle, you down block, you pull your center, depending on the defensive look and how the D-line. It's actually typically a play that allows you to get to the edge, get to the perimeter, get vertical, and then either get out of bounds or protect yourself and get down after a gain.
It's kind of designed to not get hit.
Correct. It's the same scheme that you would use for a non-running back runner of the football that you want to hand the football to. So like a Marvin Mims. He's been used in pin and pull. It's what got RJ Harvey going early with some of his bigger carries in his first 4 games as a Denver Bronco. Is a little bit more like, hey, it's like training wheels run game, not between the tackles. Oh, by the way, you're going to have to potentially run through the arm tackle of a 345-pound defensive tackle. That's not what you should be dealing with. Bo Nix got hurt because his foot planted strangely, not because he got hit hard.
Yeah, it wasn't like he got rolled up on. It's not like he got stepped on or all 340 pounds of a lineman landed on his ankle. It was a pretty benign play.
You know what's funny is there's a text here about how many ankle injuries and even knee injuries that Patrick Mahomes has had over the years that he like miraculously played through. Do you remember that? I mean, years of Patrick Mahomes having some type of massive padding on his ankle or a knee that looks like it's just got shredded and then he's playing 2 or 3 weeks later. I know Bo Nix has no chance to play in these final 2 contests, but just envision a world where Bo Nix and the Broncos are saying, hey, you know what? let's just give it the old college try. Well, of course, where you'd be limited is in the quarterback run game and the escapability of Bo Nix, no matter what. Would Bo Nix playing hobbled be worth Bo Nix playing at all? What do you think, Raj?
No, because of where he is in his career right now.
And because of just the pure numbers as a thrower. Now, like back in the Peyton Manning era, there were times where he barely could function physically, but what was between his ears mentally and getting into the right play was so next level that it was worth an entirely immobile player.
Remember what Tom Brady said? I believe it was it's funny. He went on Spittin' Chicklets, which was a hockey podcast last week, and he talked about how every 10 years in his NFL career, he became a different version of himself. And at 25, he was a good player. At 35, he was a great player. At 45, he was a master of the game. While he wasn't the same athlete that he was back in his age 25 season. It was the same thing with Manning when he won the Super Bowl in 2015. It was very clear. Dude, you're throwing shoe boxes out there. But he could get you into the right look, and he could make the one play when you needed to. It wasn't going to be with his legs, but he could make the one throw when you needed to.
I was talking to somebody over the course of the last 2 days that has a background in orthopedic surgery, physical therapy, and just kind of understands just timelines of how things operate. And we just got a text as well that says it was a freak injury. I suspect that Bo had something already like a stress fracture and it was bound to happen at some point. The only thing that I found a little bit unique is that there were some things from a pre-existing ankle condition that have come up through the course of his college and even early on. He had a cleanup. Remember he had a cleanup procedure at the end of last season? You remember that? It's almost how quickly he had his specialist in Alabama scheduled to make the time on Tuesday, which is today, for his surgery.
Oh, so are you saying like he doesn't get injured, season ends 3 weeks from right now, or whenever what's the Super Bowl?
No, I don't know that it was like he was going to have a surgery irregardless, but I think there was something at least pre-existing that it's almost like Bo knew, like when you have something that could potentially lead to something else, the moment that it does lead to something else, you're in pain, but you're also like, yep, here it is. Here's that moment. And watching Bo on the sideline, watching Bo in the post-game presser, watching Bo kind of slightly limp off. I wouldn't say he's limping off the field, but he's favoring He was ginger. He was ginger.
He was waddling.
He was ginger. Waddling's a great term. Instead of like limping, he was waddling. I feel like he was resigned to the fact that there was something that was already, whether it was a degenerative condition in that ankle or whether there was like a stress fracture or some previous metal or apparatus that was placed on that. And that's the hard part about sports, man, is once you have some type of injury, then of course it can beget the next injury. And so my hope for Bo, my hope for the Broncos is that this is something that he can put completely in his rear view with this procedure. That it isn't, he doesn't have to operate with hardware for the remainder of his career in that ankle. That there's a way that, surgically you can have full bone repair and not have to worry about this happening again.
At this point in his career, it's not worth it, both for Bo and for the organization, to try and push him into a game like that. They made the right decision. Bo's going to go have surgery. He's going to move on. We're going to deal with Jarrett Stidham as our backup, and we're going to lean on the strength of our team, which is the defense. And again, it's a defense that's now finding ways to turn the football over. And that's not who they were the whole year. It was just, it was a defense that would suffocate you. And when you got into the red zone, you were expecting 7, you would never get it. That was the main superpower of Vance Joseph's defense this year. And now, honestly, starting the last 3 weeks of the regular season, they're starting to take the football away. It's the right decision to go, Bo, get right. You've shown what you can do. You have win numbers that no quarterback has had in his first 2 years in the league. You've gotten us to an AFC championship game. This is just the start. I was thinking about when I was driving home, man. He won 15 games this year. What are the chances we just saw the most wins in a Bo Nix season in year 2? And that's not, right? That's not saying that you can't win a Super Bowl. You could win 15 games and win a Super Bowl in total.
What was the worst Patrick Mahomes regular season that yielded a Super Bowl title? Was it 11 wins? It might even been less, right? Didn't he? There was one season.
10.
There's one season where Mahomes won with a lower number. That's a real possibility, Raj. Like, that is a real possibility.
I'm trying not to fall into negative Nancy, and that wasn't a negative thought. I just went, 15 wins is insanity. It's insane that you had 15 W's. And there's a very good chance that in year 2, we just saw the most amount of wins combined in a regular season and postseason in this kid's young career. I hope it's not the case. I think he has the ability to go deeper. But how many seasons are you going to get at 14-3, man?
The 2011 New York Football Giants only won 9 regular season games.
So that would have been a total of 13?
13-win season.
You can get it done.
So that's the all-time record. 2012 Baltimore Ravens was...
The Chiefs won 15 games in 2023.
They won 15. That was including Super Bowl victory.
Yep, they won 15 in 2019 because they won 3 games that year.
That was almost their sweet spot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So
right there, that little 11-12 win season.
Their 15-1 season that ultimately led to 15-2 with a fake loss or whatever you want to call it against the Broncos a year ago. It didn't bode well for the Chiefs.
That's crazy. They were 12-4. They were the number 1 seed in 2019 when they won it. Division championship, conference championship.
What was their regular season record?
12-4 that year in 2019. You can do it.
And they won AFC championship.
Yep.
So they were 15-win team. Wow. It could be the case. And you know what? It's weird. Like, as much as I love watching a 14-win regular season, it's unbelievable. There is part of you in the back of your mind like, did you really need to win all 14 of those bad boys?
Well, I mean, they did. You had to be at home. Are you beating Buffalo on the road?
No.
Are you beating, without Bo Nix, are you beating New England in Foxborough?
No.
No.
I wouldn't feel great right now. I wouldn't feel great.
So, yeah, you had to win all 14. This year, you had to win 14
You bring
games.
up a really valid point there that in a week where you have to get Jarrett Stidham the reps, you've got to get him quality reps. You've got to get as much preparation as you can get with his receivers, with his offensive line, hearing his voice. Man, if you had been on the road and then going back on the road, and it would have been back and forth at Buffalo. I mean, obviously this is weird. Who knows exactly what the reverse seedings of this would have looked like if you're not the 1 seed, but just use the same teams as who you'd play. At Buffalo, you win with Bo. He tears up, breaks his ankle. He's got to have surgery. Well, you got to travel back with Stiddy.
Mm-hmm.
You have to deal with the recovery for the rest of the roster.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're probably not on the practice field as quickly, and you probably miss some of your end of week preparation. Man, having it home and home, boy, that's 2 days of real nuts and bolts preparation that Jarrett Stidham's pretty excited about, and not to mention the fact that you played your game on Saturday, which is also nice, right?
A little extra day of rest. You don't play till Sunday afternoon.
Extra day of rest, but also you had a day of regrouping, recalibrating, and then going back on the warpath and preparing Jarrett Stidham for what could come.
All of this gets added into Jarrett has to meet the media as the quarterback too. He is available at podium tomorrow. He is available in the locker room on Thursday. He's got to deal with all that. That's new.
He'll be fine. That to me is got Jarrett Stidham written all over it.
Okay. All right, man.
He's the aura. He's the aura king.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, we'll go through the rest of the divisional round with our NFL Rewind, KJ's NFL Notes, and since it's Tuesday, another Avs Ticket Tuesday keyword comes up in just 4 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
You want Philly?
Yeah, let's do it.
Philly special. Ready? Here we go. Tonight! Easy! Kill! Lane! Let's go! Woo!
Happy Avs Ticket Tuesday. Your 1120 keyword is Foles. Text Foles, F-O-L-E-S, to 303-504-0925. Make sure your first and your last name is attached to that, and you're going to be entered to win tickets to the Avs and the Ducks. Coming up tomorrow night, check out $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza is just $10. You can order at papamurphys.com. This keyword this hour is Foles, as in, yes, Nick Foles from the Philadelphia Eagles. We will announce our winner coming up at 11:55. Nick Foles, Trent Dilfer. We continue on with our theme of backup quarterbacks. I appreciate that we got championship backup quarterbacks here. I am a little sad that we didn't get the Mike Sanford backup quarterback keyword on our show.
It probably opened up some opportunities for Mark Moser to make fun of me.
But I want to do that.
Okay.
That's my thing.
Mm-hmm.
I get to make fun of you. You are my co-host. He doesn't get to make fun of you.
A 53-yard touchdown pass as a backup quarterback.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Big time win.
It was on split left, base left pin spot.
How many times did you run that hook and ladder play in practice?
Oh, so many.
When you were the quarterback.
I was a backup, so I didn't get that rep. You know
were you
funny?
just sitting there itching like, I just want to do it once. I just want it once. I want to run the Statue of Liberty once.
Because those plays, particularly like that hook and lateral play, you do it in one of those perfect practice Thursday settings where it's like a dry run of all the situations that could come up. And it's really tense. And if the ball hits the ground, typically you have to start back at the beginning of the script because it's supposed to be perfect. And so you're just gripping the ball tight, and it's like late in the season. It's November, 17th, and it's 18 degrees and windy outside, and you're sitting there and like, please don't put me in. Please don't put me in. Gosh. And
I don't want to screw it up.
As the backup, I was put into a couple of those spots, and like I'd throw an incompletion on something like first play in, just been cold sitting there, and everybody's like, ah! Like the linemen are like, come on, Sanford. What are you doing?
So you know how Jaleel McLaughlin feels?
I do.
You know how RJ Harvey feels when they put the ball on the ground? They have to look at Sean Payton. They go, I know I'm not getting touched for the rest of the game.
No, exactly.
Sons of
how
guns.
that feels. And it's not the greatest of feelings.
I make fun. You played collegiate football. It did far more than any of us did here at altitude. Or well, I know Tyler won a Super Bowl, and Scotty has a championship ring on his finger from the Pistons, too. All right, KJ, let's jump into an NFL Rewind divisional round. Every single day here at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. And on Tuesdays, after all those NFL games are done and we've gone through the Broncos' latest victory, we go through an NFL Rewind. The divisional round has come and gone. Broncos 33-30 over the Bills. Well, the late game on Saturday, the Seahawks, the 1 seed, hammer the 49ers 41-6. It was early. It was often a 93-yard kickoff return from Rashid Shaheed.
30, steps through a tackle at the 40, stumbles across midfield, down the right sideline to the 30, Shaheed to the 20, he's all the way home, a Seattle touchdown on the opening kickoff, 6-0 Seahawks.
I stand corrected, 95 yards from Shaheed there, takes the opening kickoff, and, Seattle would never look back.
And it was a bloodbath. Speaking of bloodbaths, the greatest show on turf was quarterbacked by a one-time backup who is now joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Former St. Louis Ram quarterback Kurt Warner joins us right now on the program. A week that we are talking about quarterbacks that get their opportunity. Kurt, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great, Kurt. And, you look back at different opportunities that quarterbacks have been given. Jarrett Stidham has that golden opportunity right in front of us. What went into your preparation the week that you got your first start, a start that led to you throwing for 3 touchdown passes and 309 yards in your first start as a Ram quarterback?
Well, I mean, obviously there's a lot of different stakes here for Jared than it was for me in my first start. I mean, obviously there was a lot of expectation there myself, and obviously there was a lot of pressure just from the fact that, nobody knew who I was, and I knew I wasn't going to get a big opportunity to play. But, for a chance to play in the Super Bowl with your first start in 2 years, there's a lot of pressure there, when you've got a team. And I know the team probably doesn't put this expectation or put this pressure on him, but you got a team that made it all the way to this point, and you're right on the cusp, and these opportunities don't come along very often. So to get kind of cast in there, having not taken many reps, I guess the one great thing is he's been in the league. He's played some games. He's had some success at this level, which is great. But, it's going to be handling those emotions as much as anything. And, being able to go out there and play your game and understand it's not going to be perfect, but not panic, not press, not, feel like you've got to make every play. That was one of the things when I was playing, is that I knew I had guys that had my back, so I could go out and play ball. And, for me, I threw caution to the wind from the standpoint that I knew what I did best. And so I stayed in my wheelhouse and I attacked. And I knew if I made a mistake, the guys, around me would make up for that, whether it's a guy on my end, throw a short pass and he takes the distance, whether it was my defense stepping up for me. And I think Jared has that same opportunity with really good defense on the other side. But as we saw this weekend, we saw a couple quarterbacks that didn't play their best game, turn the football over, and it cost their team opportunities. And so that's the balance that you have to play when you get into this position, is wanting to be aggressive, wanting to attack, wanting to make the plays that are out there, but also not wanting to make those big mistakes that could cost you.
Kurt Warner, our guest, the Hall of Famer on the Ramos Law Hotline. Obviously talking about Jarrett Stidham taking over for Bo Nix. Now, there's a very stark difference in what those two guys do. Bo he's someone who can utilize his feet to get first downs. You use that athletic ability. What we saw in the preseason from Jarrett Stidham, a very accurate thrower of the football. It seems as though Sean Payton might have to change his offense a little bit to fit Jarrett Stidham. Did you guys have that issue when you took over after being a backup quarterback, like the offense changes to suit your needs?
Well, I mean, I think you always have to think about that. I think the one thing that Coach Payton has done really over the last 2 years since Bo has become the starter is he's managed things really well for Bo. And, as Bo's gotten better, and of course in moments they trust him to be able to push the ball down the field and make the big throws. But as you watch their offense, there are a lot of short, screen throws, quick throws at the line of scrimmage, throws that are easy on a quarterback. And I believe Sean Payton will dial those up and manage this game really well in the early stages, with a lot of those kinds of throws, not asking Jared to read the field and attack down the field and make all these big throws. Not that he's going to not dial any of those up, but I just think he's going to do a great job of managing, getting the ball out of his hands, getting him some easy completions and some confidence for him and for his team. He'll do that early and then see where this game goes. I mean, the beautiful thing, as I said, is you got a really good defense. And so, you don't have to come out and swing for the fences right off the bat feeling like, hey, this is going to be a 35-30 game. You can, go into it with the idea this is going to be a lower scoring game, and you can manage your quarterback that way. And then as he gets into the flow and starts feeling it, or he's playing well, you can dial up some of those shots, and hopefully he can make some big plays to help you get a win.
One of my favorite X follows is Kurt Warner at Kurt13Warner. And if you haven't followed him, make sure you do follow him, because there's one thing that Kurt, you've talked a lot about, and that's having a protection plan and how few college quarterbacks and college programs, even NFL quarterbacks, rely almost too much on athleticism at the quarterback position, almost too much on this abstract second play ability to the point where you just abandon having any protection plan going into a game. Do you like maybe a quarterback that isn't going to rely on pure athleticism? Because frankly, Jarrett Stidham is not going to be in that same category of some of the elite athletes that are playing the position in 2026. Do you like that? And what's going to be important for the protection plan for Sean Payton and Jarrett Stidham as Davis Webb gets him prepared to face this New England defense that has caused a lot of problems?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's twofold when you talk about that. Is that, A, it's scheme. Do you have answers in your scheme? You know, you have pressure answers in your scheme. I see a lot of quarterbacks that almost seem oblivious to pressure, as if we haven't talked about it. Quarterback doesn't even expect it. They just kind of expect everything to be picked up, and he gets hit or it creates negative plays. And then there's the other side of it is, scheme-wise, do you build in those answers? Do you talk about it? Do you have a place for the quarterback to go, as opposed to what you're talking about is just salvaging it? Hey, if they get pressure, make a play, throw it before they get there. And I hate that idea, because now you're just asking a quarterback to just figure something out instead of talking about it, having it built in, giving them an answer. You know, I did a breakdown. I don't even know if I've posted it yet on my YouTube page, but I did a breakdown on the Rams this past week, and I felt like their pressure plan won that game for them. They, it was 10-10 in that game, and there were two hot situations that Matthew Stafford hit a tight end. Tight end goes for 30-plus yards. He hits Puka. Boom. It sets up a touchdown for him. And then if you guys remember in overtime, there was an all-out pressure. He hit Puka right when they were about the 50-yard line. And Puka carried a couple guys, but got him down to the 30. They didn't have to get another first down, and they kicked and won the game. And so his ability to handle pressure, not have a negative play, not take a sack, was the difference. And I've seen it all year long, where it's negative play after negative play after negative play. And there's no question, if I'm New England and Mike Vrabel and company, I'm coming after Jarrett Stidham. He hasn't played in 2 years, and I'm trying to get him to, trying to create some negative plays by him. So I really believe that answer, whatever those answers are for Jared within the scheme, are going to be huge come Sunday.
On a personal level, Kurt, your son, E.J. Warner, just finished his 4-year college football career throwing for almost 11,000 yards, 10,844 yards, of which I was able to call on the radio his final game, which was a Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl championship win, in which he did have a great adjustment and found some pressure answers as he prepares for a professional football career. Do you talk to him about opportunities like, say, Jarrett Stidham or like you had when Trent Green was indeed injured? Are these moments that you know that the path might not be even for a quarterback, but if you're prepared, you get your chance and then you make the most of it, and it could potentially change your life forever?
We talk about it all the time. EJ doesn't have the measurables of some of these guys. 6 foot, a little over 200, doesn't have this cannon arm. But what he does have, I guess similar to me, is his ability to process information, get the ball out, and extremely accurate with the football. And so, we talk about it a lot, that, he's probably not going to, get, numerous opportunities or, get drafted really high because the measurables aren't there. So he's going to have to go the Brock Purdy route, the Kurt Warner route, the Tony Romo route. But, there's plenty of guys in this league that have come from smaller schools that don't have the incredible intangibles, or measurables, I should say, that play a long time and have very successful careers. And guys like Brock that are, some of the top quarterbacks in the league. And so we do talk about that, as much as he, just like when I was going through it, would love for it to be easy, would love for it to just be kind of handed to you and go, oh, here's your opportunity. We're going to give you every chance to succeed. It doesn't work like that for everybody. And so I think he's got my story. He's dealt with it already, because he played 2 years at Temple, was a true freshman All-American, threw for over 3,000 yards 2 times, and he entered the portal thinking, oh, maybe there's an opportunity out there for me to go to a bigger school and try my hand there with some different talent around me, maybe some better talent around me to see how good I can be. And those opportunities never came. And so he's dealt with some of that adversity already and some of that frustration of, why not me? Why, with the success and the production, why not me? But that's just the way it works sometimes, you don't know who's going to discover you. And as I told him, for me, it took one team. There was one team that was willing to give me a chance, and that was the St. Louis Rams. And it became, what am I going to do with it? And then, I finally got that opportunity, as you guys were talking about earlier, when Trent goes down. And again, I knew I didn't have a long leash because nobody really knew much about me. But here's my opportunity. And I was confident in who I was and believed in what I was capable of doing. And, he knows the story just like, everybody else does. And so he's been through it a little bit, and he's dealt with those frustrations, and he's overcome them with, continual success. And that's going to be his journey from here on out is, hoping somebody gives him an opportunity to show that he can compete, and the things that he did in college, he can do at the next level. And, it's probably not going to be handing him a starting job. So it's going to be like, hey, you might have to start as a number 3, a practice squad guy. And then you keep battling, and you do well in scout team. I was a scout team player of the year in 1998. It makes them go, okay, maybe he can be our backup. And then you go in as a backup, and then unfortunately somebody may get hurt and give you an opportunity like Jared's getting this week, or like I got. And then you have to run with it, and you have to prove to people you belong. And so that's a big part of what we talk about and what we've talked about through his journey, reflecting on my journey. And he's excited about it. I mean, he's going to train. He's very confident, believes in what he's capable of doing. And now it's just trying to earn that opportunity from somebody.
Hall of Famer and Super Bowl champion Kurt Warner, our guest. We'll get you out of here on this one. You talked about the short leash, about no one really knowing you. You were surrounded by sensational offensive players there in St. Louis. Marshall Faulk, Isaac Bruce, Torrey Holt. Who was the one player, I know it's a 53-man roster, who was the one player that was most important to the success of the team for you that season, and who do you think is going to be that guy for Jarrett Stidham and the Broncos coming up on Sunday?
Oh, wow. I did have so many good ones. But, get to pick one that was vital to what we did. You had to say Marshall Faulk, because he was an ultimate chess piece because of how we could move him around and the things that we could do with him. And then, just the fact that as a quarterback, you love those guys that you can, throw a 2-yard pass to, and they can make a big play, and they can get in the end zone at any point in time. So he was my guy. It's an interesting question with Denver because I'm not sure they have that guy, the guy that...
There's no Hall of Fame running back. No, you're correct.
Yeah, right. But I'm not sure they even have, just that, that one guy. So I think it's going to be by committee. He's going to need Cortland to step up, at times and be big for him. He's going to need the running back core, probably by committee, some of them short passes to take them the distance and make big plays on them. And so, I don't know if there's one guy that I look at with that team and go, oh, we got to build our game plan around this guy to help Jared, because I'm not sure they're that guy. They're more of a committee that's, change it up and let's, whoever gets the ball, you got to go make a play for us. And they got a number of guys that can do that. I'm just not sure there's one guy that I look at and go, oh, this week it's got to go through so-and-so.
From backup to Hall of Famer, he is Kurt Warner. Kurt, we appreciate the time. As always, thank you so much for carving out just a few minutes for Coach and I this morning as the Broncos get ready for an AFC Championship game against the New England Patriots. Make sure you guys check out the First Things First Foundation. Kurt, we'll talk to you hopefully next week after Jarrett Stidham leads the Broncos to a Super Bowl appearance.
That would be an awesome story. So good luck. Have some fun this weekend. I'll be up in Seattle calling that game, but obviously – all eyes will be on Jared and company as they try to punch a ticket to another Super Bowl.
Kurt Warner, again, our guest. We appreciate the time. We'll take one final timeout, give away tickets to the Avs and the Anaheim Ducks on the other side. Don't go anywhere. It's Denver's #1 for sports talk. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avs Ticket Tuesday coincides with 2K Tuesday here on the Morning Sprint. That's the coach, Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan Emmy, KJ Granderson spinning some Destiny's Child on the ones and twos.
Got to, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, backup quarterbacks are survivors, baby. They can't give up, all right?
Big thanks to, it'll end up being the colored commentary for Westwood One's national broadcast of the Seattle Seahawks hosting NFC Championship game. It's going to be a lot of fun. Kurt Warner was awesome as a guest there, just to give the perspective of being a guy that didn't come into this league as a starting quarterback, and he had arguably a top 3 career of in terms of
career of a backup to a starter, 1. And I don't think it's close. But then I go, the story of Nick Foles and the story of Trent Dilfer feel different than the story of Kurt Warner.
They were more
entrenched career backups. Kurt just got a shot and never let it go. Kind of like Tom Brady. And obviously Brady did it to the tune of, 7 Super Bowls. And Warner went 1 of 3. He got to 3 of them. I think one of them he lost to Tom Brady and the Pats. It's like 2001, something like that. The first Vinatieri walk-off.
He did go to 3, right?
I think he went to 3 and won 1. He got the 1999 Super Bowl with the Rams. I want to say they lost 1 year to the Patriots. And then he got there as a Cardinal quarterback and lost to Pittsburgh.
That is correct.
In Big Ben's second year, I think?
No. That
so
was
2008.
2008.
2002, and then the Super Bowl was in 2009, but ultimately...
Okay, so they did lose in a
win
Super
over
Bowl
the Titans. Win over the Titans, lost to the Patriots, and lost to the Steelers.
Okay.
Big Ben, right?
That's a heck of a career, man.
Really cool.
He is more akin to Brady. Bledsoe goes down, Brady gets his shot.
And Brady was the rags to
Green
riches
goes
story.
down.
I would say that Brady's rags weren't as raggy as,
he wasn't
as Kurt
stocking
Warner.
shelves.
Wasn't stocking groceries and playing for the Iowa Barnstormers. You realize that our guest that we just had on the Ramos Law Hotline was the only player to be inducted into both the Pro Football Hall of Fame and the Arena Football Hall of Fame. Pretty cool. You ever been to the Arena Football Hall of Fame before?
I have never been to the Arena Football Hall
Have you ever
of Fame.
been to an Arena Football game?
Oh, yeah. I went to a Crush game or 2 in my day.
Pretty good. Pretty wild.
I've seen they play now Arena Football essentially on ice. Have you seen those videos yet? People are just in tennis shoes, and they play Arena Football, but instead of turf, it's a hockey rink. It's complete comedy.
Sounds like a lot of fun to me.
It is, Kurt Warner is more akin to Tom Brady than he is Nick Foles, than he is Trent Dilfer.
The 2 best rags to riches stories in NFL history.
And Jarrett Stidham isn't, he's not rags to riches. He's doing just fine for himself.
Fourth rounder, highest paid quarterback on the roster for the Denver Broncos.
He's doing just fine.
Doing all right.
Is he going to be Kurt Warner? No, likely not.
How old is our guy Stiddy? Like if this moment, he's 29. I mean,
Warner was 25 when he took over, I think. 28?
29's you're not long in the tooth, but you're not. I mean, you're right in a potential prime.
Warner was 27 when he started his first game. He was 28 in the 1999 Super Bowl championship season. People are saying that Kurt Warner is a 2-time Super Bowl champion and was the backup to Eli. Football Reference does not say that. He says he's a 1-time Super Bowl champion. He was the backup to Eli. No. Come on. 2004 NFL season?
I'm everywhere that I'm looking, it says 1 Super Bowl.
Super Bowl.
That he won.
I see 1 Super Bowl. That 1 year that he was with the Giants, he was 5-4 as a quarterback, 9 games started in 2004. And they ended up...
Gosh, dang, man.
No, that team went 6-10. What are you guys talking about?
That legend that we just spoke to, do you realize how many yards he threw for in his 3 Super Bowl appearances? 414 in a victory over the Titans, 365 in a loss against the Patriots and 377 in a loss against the Steelers.
Yeah, that sounds okay. Hey, you guys on the text line are high. He was on a 6-win Giants team. What are we talking about? Come on.
Get out of here.
Come on.
Don't listen to them.
Really cool having him on, though.
Don't let them derail you.
I'm efforting to get the most recent cool backup quarterback on the show at some point this week in Nick Foles.
Okay, so you work on Nick Foles. I'll work on another backup quarterback, Tom Brady. Get right on that.
If you can find a way to get Brady on the show, I'll be very happy.
I'll get right on that. Okay?
All right, that's going to do it for us today. For Coach, I'm Raj, KJ behind the glass. Congratulations to Vanessa Shoemaker. Vanessa Shoemaker. You are headed to go see the Avs take on the Anaheim Ducks tomorrow evening. If you didn't win with us, if you didn't win at MLK, you can win over the next 3 hours with PhD. You can also win with Kreckman and Lindahl from 3 to 6 p.m. later on today. Nuggets, Lakers tonight. Pregame starts at 7:30. Again, congratulations to Vanessa. And our very special thanks to Kurt Warner for joining us in the last segment. If you missed any of that, just search The Morning Sprint wherever you get your podcasts. You can listen to it back there. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10.
Welcome to it. Scotty, still, how you feeling, Scott? You okay? You still
yeah, I'm doing
sort of hanging in there?
You know what? I have found my old hero that I feel is helping.
What's that?
Vicks Vapor Rub.
Vicks Vapor Rub.
Nice.
Apply
That's a nice little pleasure a couple times a year.
Throw that right on the chestal area?
I put some, I just took a shower, and I put some right in here under my neck. I actually put some under my nose. It kind of helps you.
The old Vic Vapor. How are you going to do TV tonight?
Well, I'm going to try.
All right.
We'll see.
All right.
Hey, by the way, I do have a concern in this flu and cold season.
Yes.
I noticed Tyler the last few days has been using a blue mic condom. Today he's got somebody else's red.
Oh, that is
Thank you very much, Scott. Let me make sure I take this other condom off.
Whose is that?
I don't know. I'm going to go with Mike Sanford. Let me find my blue Mike condom.
You got your name on it?
That's going to go on it that I leave in this room.
Yeah, you got
that
your
is
name
full
on it.
of the germs because I just leave it right here in this room anyways.
Okay.
So don't know exactly what I'm accomplishing by switching out the covers, but I now have the blue cover on, Scott. Thank you for the reminder.
Yep. That's probably put a little Lysol in that thing too. Make sure kill all the ones from yesterday. Then you say you had a sore throat yesterday, right?
Yeah, I feel better today. I don't know.
That's good. All right.
Did you get a haircut?
I did not. No, I did not get a haircut. I need a haircut. Getting one next week.
Okay.
Look kind of closely shorn.
Well, I didn't do anything.
No shorning?
No,
Nothing
shorning.
nothing shorn?
I got the well. You know what, Scott? You might be a very observant man.
Oh.
I did have the neck hair trimmed up last night, like the backside, but I don't know how he could be seeing the backside through the video.
He's pretty sharp, though. That's
Yeah?
Scott Hastings.
Yeah.
He's
I've made a living as an analyst, and my thing is to observe other stuff that people don't observe.
Okay.
Guys, I have.
So if you're observant, can you be servant?
Sure.
Okay.
Why not?
Would that means you don't pay attention if you're servant?
Yeah, if you're just servant.
If you're servant.
If you're just servant, you're just, you're barely paying attention. I mean, you could be like Val Nichushkin and be getting in multi-car crashes. That was the funniest thing, just to go on a little sidebar yesterday. I go over to the Avs game later in the afternoon, which is cool, man. Game's in the middle of the day. And then there was this crazy, it's not a goal, and the Bednar has no idea what goalie interference is, which is another weird thing that a head coach just has no clue what goalie interference is one way or the other.
We go through this once a year, though.
It's weird.
Once a year, we have this exact conversation.
I think him saying that is he doesn't have any idea what it is because it's interpreted differently depending who's in the league office watching the video.
It's odd. And then
didn't he have a goal? He challenged a goal that he thought Westwood or Blackwood, one of the two, just got slammed into, got the leg kicked out, goal went in, so he challenged it, and they held up the goal, I think.
Well, they scored. The Avs scored, and it got taken away. And then earlier in the game, Wedgwood got called for a penalty, and he joked around, I'm a dirty player, but he thought it was on Sammy G. Like, it was, both were just kind of bizarrely odd. It didn't matter in the end because the Avs just scored. They just poured it on and whatever. But then there was the oddest thing, though. The strangest thing after the game was...
Yeah, he got in a car wreck on the way to the rink to the game, so he had some minor injuries. Came to the rink, got checked out, and everything, seems to be okay, just not good enough to play tonight. Just a little bit of a precautionary day, and we'll see what tomorrow brings for him.
So nobody knew that. Nobody knew that Val had been in a car accident before the game.
Pretty wild.
And so he says that, and then the rest of the Muggles just like, oh, okay, and just move on with their day.
Well, it's a weird conundrum.
I'm like, wait a second, what?
Saying that the accident was not that scary, but scary enough that he got hurt enough that he couldn't play in a game.
Tyler, exactly. And then there are a couple of people who are asking other questions. I'm like, hey, back to the car accident.
With the car wreck, was it more of a fender bender, or was it kind of serious, like going to the hospital sort of thing?
No, it was a fender bender, yeah. But serious enough to keep him out of the lineup tonight, so.
Was it me? I'm sorry to be so specific.
I don't know all the details. Otherwise, I'd help you out.
Yeah, you
like
do.
he was, like roads were icy when the guys were coming in this morning and slick, and there was a multiple vehicle accident. Yeah.
Wow. So it was a multiple vehicle accident that could have been caused by icy roads that was serious enough for him not to play, but not serious enough to go to the hospital. And then I'm leaving the game, and then I go past Val. He's like standing there talking to a couple of Russian dudes from the Capitals. And I'm like, this is the strangest injury of all time, guys. This is weird. Like, think about what it takes to be hurt enough to not go to the hospital, but too bad that you can actually play.
Well, I mean, pure and absolute dumb speculation shouldn't even do it. But I mean, I'm just thinking about injuries that you could sustain. A concussion would be one that for sure would make sense in that category. You know, bang my head against the steering wheel. I don't know.
You wouldn't go to the hospital if you thought you might have a concussion?
No.
Really?
I got rear-ended one time when I was living in Atlanta, going to take a left, and some guy in two guys in kind of a bigger truck with lawnmower equipment all back didn't stop and rear-ended me. And I was okay, and blah, 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 and they came, and the cops did the thing, and did whatever, put a big old gash in my back end. I was driving like a Tahoe.
Mm-hmm.
Went in, finally after all the reporting done, went in, did what I was going to do to the place I was going to go, went home. I was fine. I woke up the next day, and I couldn't move.
Hmm.
And I didn't go to the hospital or anything. I mean, my neck, I couldn't turn. I had a grinding headache. And I know the only thing that I did different is I got rear-ended, but it didn't affect me then, but it got me the next day bad.
All right. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say. Val seemed fine. He's chit-chatting some dudes up, he's smiling, talking in Russian, having a good old time with the Capitals over there and after the game. So I'm assuming he's okay. So, but nobody knew. Literally nobody knew why he wasn't in the lineup until after the game when Bedsy just came out and said that. So, because, everybody with Val's just, there's always a raised eyebrow with Val, you know what I'm saying? I mean, he kind of earned that one, but he looked fine to me. And the team did great, and they're in the middle of a 7-game homestand. So we have tickets to give away for an Avs Ticket Tuesday powered by Papa Murphy's. We'll have a keyword for you coming up in about 10 minutes. That's the Avalanche.
Well, the conversion crew down at the Ball Arena have been working their tails off the last week, haven't they?
It's a quick turnaround. Those people are so impressive. All of that work is just so amazing how they do things. Although
unbelievable.
There was another in the men's bathroom area on the first floor. There's another water main break. They have some creaky pipes over there at Ball Arena sometimes, Scott. I'm telling you, and so. I do wonder when it'll be time for a Ball Arena sort of a big sort of construction project there. That's a good building, solid building. Been there a long time though, guys. I mean, 26 years, right, for that building to be there. So there's just little things with that, but it is amazing what happens there from one game to another, one night to another, and it flips again for tonight for the Lakers and the Nuggets. What are we looking at tonight, by the way, Scott? Who's playing? Who's not playing? Do you have an idea of anything going on, including for the Lakers?
Yeah, I unless more illnesses or anything else come back, I would assume the contingency from a game before from that Washington game. I think probably it seems like they're setting a precedent on Aaron Gordon that he's not playing back-to-backs.
Okay.
So this isn't a back-to-back, and then they don't play again until Thursday, Washington again. But then Friday's a back-to-back with Milwaukee. So do you hold him out Thursday and play him Friday? It'll be. But I was assuming, and not really being out of my four walls here, haven't heard anything different.
Well, that is tonight. It's always nice for the Nuggets to get a win when they can. Yoke is the starter. I didn't figure that out. What is that deal? Like you're the starter for the Western Conference, but we have 3 different teams who are going to have starters? Is this like
this? We had our production meeting last night on Zoom.
Okay.
And we had this entire discussion. There's going to be 3 teams of 8. That's 24 players, right?
Yeah.
They kept the voting the same way for the starters. Well, that's 10. Well, if you've got 3 teams, you shouldn't have 15 starters.
Yes, you should. Logically.
you got one foreign-born player on the Eastern Conference All-Star group and four on the Western. So Curry would go to that other starting group, I would assume, and Giannis would come over to the other one, and there's your 5 starters automatically decided. Well, you got an entire third team. What does that third team do?
I don't know.
So,
What's the answer?
Well, you know what? And we had people look into it, and
nobody knows.
TBA or TBD.
That is so funny.
They are still
Weird.
to be determined.
It's so bizarre. Why even announce it? Why not just announce the entire all the players all at the same time? Why drip one thing out after another? Why not just?
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Because you get to play the starters. Listen, it's all about social media and clicks and bling.
Okay, all right.
So you get a whole day or 2 or 3 of who the all-star guys are and everything else, and then guess what you do? Then you start putting out the list. You used to have that big show, remember, with the inside the NBA guys, and they would announce all the regular players too. And then
Well, they're still doing that next week, though. They're doing it, but they're doing it aside from the starters. Actually, I don't know if they're doing the TV show, but they're announcing the rest of the players next week.
Right.
This is when we have to hear Jamal's name.
This is when you should see the Jamal's name. I'm sure this also gives them plenty enough time to do everything they can to put LeBron James on the All-Star team.
Yeah, he's not a starter.
Oh, really? What about that second other American team?
Yeah, they figure it out, don't they?
Does that count? Is that where it goes?
Yeah. LeBron will find a way to be a starter.
All right. Do we have any?
Silver will find a way to make LeBron a starter.
Do we have any doubts about Jamal at this point? The hay's in the barn, right? There's nothing more he needs to do, right?
This will be the largest travesty that's ever happened. And listen, I'm changing my tune from this. Remember at the beginning of the year we talked about
Yeah,
it.
no way.
Just,
no way.
There's no way, the numbers and everything
Right.
else. And now, and especially with Joker going down and how he's really played and up to his game, and he was playing great even before that. I honestly don't know how you leave him off right now. It would truly be a travesty if Jamal Murray doesn't make the All-Star game this year.
Yeah, I don't know how that doesn't happen. Got to happen, right? Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course. It's going to happen. All right, we have our Avs Ticket Tuesday. We have a lot of people saying nice things about Jarrett Stidham. A lot of nice things.
A lot of people, a lot of former Raiders teammates.
Yeah.
A lot of current teammates and a lot of analysts.
Yeah.
I mean, it's coming
Nutcracker.
all over the place.
Yeah.
He's the nutcracker. He's got a big nut to crack this weekend. That's
There
all
you
it
go.
is.
Let's go. Let's go. And
Little nutcracker.
Man, I was watching that Patriots-Texans game again. I got some questions for you, Tyler, about this Patriots team because there's some things I don't get. But hey, we're here to dig into all of it. We appreciate you being on with us. It's PhD here on 92.5. Oh, we do have a little Avs news. Well, make sure this is okay. The Avs have acquired. I'm about to do the keyword too, but we do have some news. They acquired forward Valtteri Puustinen. P-U-U, 2 U's. We're going back-to-back U's. S-T-I-N-E-N from the Penguins, along with their 7th-round pick of the 2026 NHL Draft for Solovyov. Oh, I'm screwing that up, Dan. Help me out. Solovyov. Ilya Solovyov. And he's going to go to the Eagles. Solovyov, I know I'm butchering his name, had played a few games there with the Avs. And Puustinen is from Finland. So I don't know if there's a lot to be said for that. I think it's concerning that Devon Taves, we don't really know when he's coming back, I guess. And apparently the Avalanche feel like that's that's something they need. It's a forward, though. So it's a forward for a defenseman. And there you go.
Okay.
There you go.
And they're all Utes, right?
They're all Utes?
They're all Utes.
Utes.
What does that mean?
You know them Utes.
Them Utes?
Them 2 Utes over there.
So
my cousin Benny.
There goes those guys. All right, it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday brought to you by Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza. Text Brinks, BRINKS, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter for tickets to see the Avs and the Ducks. That is tomorrow night. Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays are your ticket to any large pizza for just $10. Order online at papamurphys.com. The keyword is Brinks. The winner will be announced today at 2:55. All right, let's give you some good words there, Dan and guys, because we have a lot of people saying nice things about Jarrett Stidham.
I love nice things.
All right, let's start with Max Crosby, who wants to say good things.
But I will say, to speak on Jarrett Stidham, he was a teammate of mine. He's a great friend of mine, and he is a competitive individual. I witnessed him go against the 49ers I think it was week 17, we go against the 49ers in Vegas. He threw for like 340 yards and 2-3 touchdowns. That was one of the top defenses in the league at the time. He was out there slinging the ball, confident, breaking tackles. He's tough as hell. And I got to go against him in practice all the time because he was a scout look quarterback. We got into it all the time because, you know me, I can't help myself. I'm hitting the back of quarterbacks every time. Like, I hit our starting quarterback sometimes, and I get, sent out of practice and the whole nine and screen it. But
great guy.
It is what it is. But Stidham, especially the backups, I get into a fight with them every year. So Stidham, the one thing I respected most about him is that he didn't back down. He didn't back down whatsoever. He was talking back to me, and I was like, okay, I like this guy. I know I can go in the foxhole with him. He's going to fight back. So Denver did a great job by bringing him in, having him as the backup, because he's not just going to go in there and dink and dunk and play it safe. Like, he's going to go out there and play quarterback and try to help them win the game. They already have a top defense. They already have a good running game. They got a good O-line. I think he just needs to, be himself. Don't go out there trying not to lose. You got to go out there and let it rip. You got to be yourself. So it's going to be interesting to see. I think it's going to be a really competitive game. I think it's going to be low scoring.
All right, what do you think of his evaluation of Stidham there?
I've officially decided that I'm buying all hopium stock I can find. So I've been on Twitter accumulating hopium stock, retweeting any of the Max Crosbys, the Richie Incognitos of the world, the Aqib Talibs of the world. I'm accumulating as much stock as I possibly can because I'm buying into it and it feels good. And you know what? You hear guys talk like it doesn't mean that Jarrett Stidham's a great quarterback, but one thing I think is very, very clear, Jarrett Stidham, when he's in a huddle, he makes people believe in him.
There you go. There you go. Scott, you like to hear that from Max Crosby?
Yeah, I listen. I'm like you guys now. I went down the what'd you say? The Fiddle Hope, the Opiope.
I'm buying all the hopium stock I can buy. Scott.
Hopium.
Yeah.
I went down the hopium trail today.
Yeah. How so?
Well, trying to read up and learn more about the Nutcracker and one of the things I said or heard or was one of the podcasts, one of the Raider guys said, listen, we wanted him back at least to compete for the starting job the next year. And Sean came in and offered him money. And we talked about the other day, other than Kirk Cousins, who's not really a backup quarterback with his contract, I'm not sure if many backup quarterbacks sign $10 million 2-year guaranteed contracts very often.
There you go.
And there must be some belief from Sean Payton that this guy can play.
Hey, guess who else wanted him? The team we're about to play, New England Patriots. Mike Vrabel said that they did a lot of work on Jarrett Stidham. Obviously, Mike McDaniel had him as Josh McDaniels had Jarrett Stidham as a rookie, and they wanted to bring him in. At the end of the day, Sean was willing to pay him, to Scott's point, a very healthy salary. And Jarrett Stidham is officially one of, if not the highest paid backup, true backup quarterbacks. Not guys like Kirk Cousins who used to be starters and now they're backups, like true backup quarterbacks. Jarrett's at the top of the list financially.
Here is Vrabel.
Ironic, just speaking with his agent, they're like, well, if you don't want your starter to get hurt, sign Jarrett, because that was before, yesterday or 2 days ago. Just going back to when Josh had him and playing against that, I think he sees things really well. I think he's athletic enough to extend, like we talk about a lot of quarterbacks. The accuracy, I think the decision-making, he's really decisive in the games that we went back and watched. And this is even going back to when I was in Tennessee as well.
I haven't heard the Richie Incognito thing. Where was Richie Incognito talking? What was he? Podcast.
I'll send it to Dan here.
Is on something where somebody cares about Richie Incognito's opinion. All right, here we go.
You got prior experience with Jarrett Stidham. He was with the Raiders for 2 seasons, or I think 1 season, and he made 2 starts for us. And this kid does. What did he do? He balled out. I think in 2 starts he put up like 630 passing yards. Torched the 49ers, #1 defense in the NFL. This kid has a live arm. He's accurate and he's smart. And we missed out in Las Vegas because we wanted to sign him as a backup going into the next season and to compete for the starting job. And Sean Payton came in with the big contract. Give me that. Inked him to a deal. Now Stidham's got 3 years. He knows the offense. This is no scrub. This is not you're getting some guy off the street. This was a masterclass by Sean Payton a few years ago to say, hey, this guy's going to be a great backup quarterback, and if he needs to step in, we got full confidence. But Stidham's a stud, man. He can move around. He can make some plays, and he is a pocket passer. He's accurate. He's smart. He's 3 years learning in Sean Payton's system. Sean Payton is going to draw up a great game plan for him. He will. We saw it at the beginning of the game with Bo against Buffalo. That thing was just hitting boom, 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 boom. What they got to do is they got to get the run game going. Those big boys up front, you got to lean on those big boys up front. They got a great offensive line. They got to get the run game going to help support Stiddy.
Okay.
There you go, man.
There you go, huh?
I'm buying the hopium. Let's go. I'm buying all the stock you can find for me.
I'll give you one more, and this is McGlinchey yesterday.
JK's a huge energy piece for our team. I'll leave all the discussion up to the trainers and the staff on that. But he's obviously a huge piece of what we've done, an incredibly great teammate. He's been working his butt off to be able to have a chance to get back. Incredibly important to what we've been doing. Obviously still incredibly confident in no matter who's playing running back for us. But yeah, in terms of JK, it would be a great boost if he's healthy.
Oh, sorry about that. Wrong one. That was about J.K. Dobbins coming back. But he's healthy about that. Is this Alex Smith one, Dan, on our page?
Oh, yeah, that's more hopium.
All right.
I heard that one.
All right.
Alex, can the Broncos go to the Super Bowl with Jarrett Stidham as their quarterback?
Greeny, they absolutely can. Right? Like, if you think Sean Payton or the Denver Broncos are going to blink in this situation, you are crazy. Right? This is a coach. Did you almost see in his press conference? I mean, heartbroken for Bo Nix. There was almost a little smirk on Sean Payton's face.
I seen it.
He literally said it. Watch out.
That's
You're gonna
Payton.
find
Watch
out. And listen, that is him.
That is him.
This isn't his first rodeo with the backup quarterback. He has a history of success with backup quarterbacks. I got a list of them. Just to name a couple, Jameis Winston went 5-2 with Sean Payton. Teddy Bridgewater went 5-1. And again, you think if the game plan is not going to change, right? That game we saw yesterday, they're throwing haymakers at each other. You better believe whoever they play next week, it's going to be the same formula.
Yeah, he's ready. He's ready. I said this at the beginning of the season. I feel like I've got a 2 that's capable of starting for a handful of number of teams, and I know he feels the same way. Watch out. Watch. Just watch.
Watch out. Just watch.
I love it, man. I mean, when I heard Sean Payton say that,
I
gotcha. What else is he going to say? I gotcha. Like, he's going up there.
That'd be funny.
He just got the worst news in the world.
Yeah.
He's going to be like, hey, boys, Bo Nix is out. Pack your bags. We're going to Cabo next week.
Yeah.
Okay. But there was something about the confidence and the way that he said it that was a little bit intoxicating, man.
And the final word I have here is Stidham himself when he lost the quarterback competition a couple years ago.
I know I'm a starting quarterback in this league. I have zero doubts about that. And, it just didn't shake out my way. But I know what kind of player I am, kind of person I am. And like I said earlier, I'll be ready to go if I need to be.
All right, that's your daily dose. Maybe we can do this every day. Your daily dose of Jarrett Stidham. Hopium.
Why is it so hard? There you go.
Hopium.
Yeah.
Keep Hopium alive with Jarrett. Don't stop believing. Usually when I hear this song, though, you realize, our team's about to lose because they just play this at arenas when your team is down.
No, but you don't feel
it. Trying to get you to go back. Well, guess what? They are down, DMac.
Yeah.
You lost a starting quarterback that you have on the all-world pedestal, and you lost that guy. If you don't think there's a drop-off, then your starting quarterback isn't as good as you thought. So they are behind. This is a drop-off, but we got the nutcracker.
We get the nutcracker.
Comes in there. They're going to put a big old New England walnut up inside his mouth, and he's going to crack it down.
A big old New England walnut?
Big old New England walnut.
All right, well, there you go. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. I mean, you hear it enough, you're going to believe it, I suppose.
I think guys legitimately believe in him. Belief doesn't always equate to accuracy.
Yeah.
In terms of a dude's ability. But we know Jarrett Stidham's. Look, man, preseason football is preseason football. I'm not trying to make more of it than what it is. Jarrett Stidham was perfect in the preseason.
He was really good.
Like he was
he was really
could
good.
Not have done anything better.
He had a great preseason.
When I say perfect, I mean like he was like perfect.
Yeah, yeah, he was.
Like that's what he was in preseason football.
Yep.
That's my last memory of Jarrett Stidham. I got it preseason. I'm just telling you,
Tyler,
that's my last memory.
Tyler, he was so good in preseason. We, man, sitting across from you, wanted him to place Bo Nix about week 3 or 4.
That's true. That's true.
Silly. Wee man. Just as God made me, Scott. Nothing I can do about it.
Listen, today's about nicknames.
Wee man?
I
Tuesday.
can't
I
wait
gotta
till
ask
you get
question.
to me.
That's the one I get.
So Bo Nix,
Yeah.
according to Sean Payton on Sunday, had surgery scheduled Tuesday. I don't know if anybody's heard anything more on that.
Haven't seen. I've been checking, but I have not seen any updates.
And as far as that goes, and another one of the Hopium trails that I went down there, they were talking about, listen, they're good friends, talking about Bo and Stidham. Bo will be right there in the film rooms this week and talking to him. So I'm wondering, does that mean he's going to push off the surgery to make sure that he can be there in an advisory role and a friend role for Stidham? Or is he going to, if he does surgery Tuesday, he ain't going to be in the facility, if he's lucky, Saturday?
Well, he's supposed to be under the knife right now in Alabama someplace, like literally now.
You might be surprised, Scott. I mean, he's definitely not going to put off the surgery. So they're going to do that as soon as they possibly can. Because I'll tell you this, I'm hearing through the grapevine that the recovery is actually a lot worse than what I originally thought it was going to be.
How so?
Scott, I'm sure you've heard this before. When a guy gets a bad high ankle sprain, and you're better off just breaking your ankle than having the high ankle sprain, right? And sometimes it can be a much cleaner, simpler thing to recover from. But now I'm hearing
Christian Brown, right? AKA Christian Brown, what we're going through with him right now,
yes,
right?
Yes. But I guess the recovery on whatever this surgery is, and I don't know the details of the surgery, but it might be like a 4 to 6 month type of thing.
So just in time for training camp.
Yeah,
there.
like could miss OTAs.
Okay.
But should be good to go for training camp.
Okay.
But that's much more significant timeline than what I was envisioning in my head.
Well, it's Stiddy time, man. It's Stiddy time. And how everybody's feeling about it, I don't know. How you guys feeling about it today?
I'm not cocky, but I feel good. Cocky is not something I'm going to do this week.
Okay.
But I feel lots of hope. I do. I've got a belief. I feel like it's one freaking game. It's one game.
It's
We're not asking you to go out and win 5 straight.
No.
We don't need you to win 5 straight to make the playoffs. We need you to win a game.
No.
I'm feeling that C.J. Stroud threw 5 interceptions last week, and in the fourth quarter was only down by 12 points.
Yeah.
If Jared said he could do a little bit better than that, you should be able to win a football game.
I'm watching this.
Listen, I'll give you this. I love the guy that was talking about you had Jameis Winston as a backup, went 5-2, coming in for Breeze. Bridgewater came in after that, did 5-1 the next season. That's 10-3, and well, you ain't getting that many games. But I heard one person said, and I'll add my own addendum to it. Taysom Hill won games when he had to start a quarterback when Sean Payton was there.
Sure.
If Taysom Hill could win a game with Sean Payton coaching, Jared Stidham's 10 times better than Taysom Hill as a quarterback.
Yeah, I'll give you this too. I'm watching rewatching the Texans Patriots game today. The Patriots were 3 for 14 on third down.
Yep.
So let's just ignore, their defense for a second. But offensively, they really weren't doing much against Houston. Now, I do understand how good Houston's defense is. But isn't the Broncos defense at least comparable to the Texans defense?
They're number 1.
Right? So it's right there. I mean, Drake May fumbled 3 times in the first half. Now, they recovered 2 of them, but he did fumble the ball 3 times. Twice it was knocked out of his hand. Another time it was a busted play, and he scrambled, and they punched it out, and they were lucky to recover it. The Patriots, that is, twice. And then the other time they did give it away. Like, I'm watching the Patriots offense, guys. Their running game is kind of all over the place. They got 2 dudes. They got a Stevenson and a Henderson, who both did a bunch of nothingness, really. And it was like a couple of busted plays, like a 4th down call, which is a good reminder that Josh McDaniels may stay aggressive on 4th down. Like, just, be ready. And they got a touchdown off that, and then Butte got another, deep score. Other than that, the Patriots offense, I get it with the 28 points, but realize one of those was a pick 6. And C.J. Stroud could not have been a worse quarterback if he tried, aside from one good touchdown throw.
Yeah, so a few things on that. Is it fair to assume that our defense can perform at a similar level to the Texans against the Patriots? I think it's fair to assume that we'll be in the category. Like that's the number 1 defense. We got the number 2 defense. I think there's a couple things the Texans defense does particularly better than the Broncos. But look, we're damn good. It shouldn't be radically different. But I'll tell you this. It could have been a combination of things. That offense that you saw against the Texans, that's not the Patriots for the season. That's not who they are. It's a very talented offense. It's a very good offense. They've got weapons. They got a great quarterback. So I would not expect what you saw against the Texans to be the norm, even though I do think it's fair to say that our defense is comparable. I'm just saying that game is a one-off for the Patriots. The Patriots have got a very effective offense.
All right, but they only
this about Houston's defense. DMac, you're comparing the 2.
Yeah.
And I agree. I think they're very similar, and I think Denver's defense is very good. I feel, and Tyler, help me here if this is off base. I just feel, now you may not have been able to see that from last game, but overall, I felt like Houston's defense has just been a little bit more physical than Denver's defense.
Yeah, not this week, though. I mean, we got some big old hits from Talanoa and from Alex Singleton.
Yeah, no, they laid a little more wood.
But I know what you're saying, and the Texans do have a very physical defense.
I'll just tell you this, man. They were able to get to Drake May through that Patriots offensive line, which is good. But, I mean, I think the Broncos offensive line is better than the Patriots offensive line. They had a couple of rookies starting there.
We do have a secret weapon that no one, and I know it's only Tuesday, and I maybe I shouldn't bring it up on Tuesday. I can see how long this information stays underneath and no one talks about it. But we got one big secret weapon. You know what it is?
We'll tell you what that is after the break.
Boom!
Hey, are you in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle? If so, go to the best dealership in Colorado. It's Phil Long Ford. Guys, Phil Long Ford has got the best customer service, they got the best prices, and they got the best inventory. It's one-stop shopping when you go to Phil Long Ford. I don't want you to drive all over the state looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle. Just go to Phil Long because there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. Guys, I think relationships matter. That's why I go back to Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle. I've done it over 5 times. And that's why I tell all my family and friends to go to Phil Long Ford. You're going to become a customer for life after you buy that first vehicle from Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department. So after you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to check them out online at phillongford.com.
It's time to go inside the mind of Scott Hastings as we peer through the mist of Vicks Vapo Rub into the assorted snot rags, through the forest of Christmas ornaments and scary things, because if the reindeer's nose is focused a certain way, it actually looks a tad pornographic. Mouse. Sorry. That's what that is, everybody. We dig deep into the crevasse of the mind of Scott Hastings, where the secrets of the universe are often unveiled. The references are shoddy at best. They make sense to him, but the knowledge is deep. And with that, Scott revealed the secret weapon for the Denver Broncos.
Secret storyline that no one's talking about that will give you some more opioid going into this weekend.
Opium and opioid.
Opioid. No one's talked about this. Tyler, I think, will be the first to jump up off his seat, praising hallelujah and amen as soon as I say this.
I got my feet up on the desk, so don't make me jump too fast.
Well, that would be something to go right through the ceiling.
One thing we have forgotten about.
What's that?
Josh McDaniels cannot win games at Mile High.
Josh McDaniels can't win games at Mile High. Go ahead. Explain.
Well, you want to see his last 6 or 7 games as a coach in Denver, what he's done?
It didn't go great, did it, Scotty?
Didn't go very good calling plays down here at Mile High, did it?
No, it sure
kind
did
of struggled just a little bit. Had a good, nice start.
So he's a fast starter. You know, how do you
got
finish?
a fast starter, yeah. Meanwhile, Mama's laying over there going,
hey, what about me? What about me? That's what Mama's saying.
Is that how it's
Peyton
going?
Hillis is going,
hey,
really?
I can help out.
Wow. Wow. We're going there, huh? Okay.
Oh, man, Scott, you're an idiot.
Whoa.
when's the last great game that Josh McDaniels ever called in Mile High?
I know what it was. It was for the
Week
Broncos against the Patriots. He did beat the Patriots.
When he was running up and down the sideline like a 12-year-old?
When he was running up and down the sideline like a 12-year-old.
Wasn't that
when
like...
Bill Belichick kind of held back so that his mentee could get his first win?
Wasn't that like week 3 or 4 of the first year?
It was early. 6-0. Josh started 6-0 as the head coach of the Broncos.
I was there. Yeah.
I don't know what week that was, but to me, that was one of his better wins. I mean, there weren't a lot to choose from, but Josh McDaniels...
But if you remember... New England came in here and did absolutely nothing trying to do anything fancy or anything. And he was giving Josh McDaniels a win.
Hey, the Josh McDaniels jokes aside, which I'm here for, when was the last time the Patriots came to Denver and won?
In the playoffs, never, ever. 0-4.
Okay, cool.
I mean, literally never.
I mean, have you heard the way the Gronkowski and Edelman and all those guys talk about coming to play at Mile High?
Yeah, how about that?
It's in their head. You know, now I got it. They're not there, and it's a whole new team and all that. But,
right.
I mean,
Vrabel was there.
But the Patriots players are listening to their all-time greats talk about going to Mile High and how intimidating it is and the altitude and all of it. And Vrabel's up there talking about the altitude right now.
Love it.
Being a fool, by the way, because he's just putting it in his own team's head. He's like, yeah, you know, if we really wanted to properly adjust to the altitude, we would have to leave on Thursday. But we don't have time to do that, so we're just going to roll with it, and we're not going to properly adjust. Okay.
Hey, if you remember,
cool.
in Old McNichols, remember they painted that line as soon as you walk out of the visitors' locker room. There's a line painted across the wall right in front of them that said 5,280 feet. And they had that line there just to try to get in the other team's head.
Scott, they got that outside the visitors' locker room at Empower as well.
They do. They have multiple
there
action signs like that. Yeah. When the buses roll in, it's
the first thing you see when you're walking into the locker room.
It's clear.
Yep.
It's clear what's what. Yep. Yeah. All right.
You know,
I like it, Scott. I like it.
Getting a healthy J.K. Dobbins would be a difference maker for me. I don't have a whole lot of hope, and my hopium is not very high in getting J.K. Dobbins back. The Broncos, for anybody that missed the news yesterday, the Broncos activated J.K. Dobbins' 21-day window to begin practice before they have to make a decision. maybe you get him back, but if you get him back, it feels like it's a rush. I'd give it like a 35% odds of getting him back. But if you did, talk about a difference maker for Jarrett Stidham coming in as a backup quarterback, getting RB1 back.
What do the Patriots do offensively or defensively that freaks you out?
Yeah, everything on offense, DMac, and you're way too dismissive of their offense. It's kind of bothering me because their offense is like the best in the NFL. Like that, like in the top 2 or 3 offenses in the entire NFL. That's what their offense is.
It hasn't been that great in the playoffs, though, Tyler.
Okay, we got a whole season. We got a whole season of football.
Right. Well, I mean, in the playoffs at home, it's 16 against a depleted Chargers team. And offensively, 21 points against C.J. Stroud throwing interceptions left and right. I mean, that's what they did. I mean, if you're telling me there's something else that they're hanging on to and waiting for, okay, but it hasn't been great.
Well, what I'm going to tell you is they're the second best scoring team in the NFL. That's who they are. They average 28.8 points per game. We are not built to win football games in that style. What I'm going to tell you is that they've got a respectable to good rushing attack. They're a top 10 rushing unit. I'll tell you that as a passing offense, they're top 5 in the NFL. And as an overall offense, they're ranked number 3. So, okay, they've had a couple down weeks, but I know this, that offense is capable of exploding at any given time. So I respect the hell out of the Patriots offense.
All right, so why have they struggled then in the 2 playoff games?
Well, you've
been pretty mediocre.
I mean, I'm sure there's a number of things to go into it, and I still haven't watched that Chargers game again, but in the Texans game, you put the ball on the ground 3 times in the first half.
Yep.
That's not going to help you. You actually lost one of those. That's not going to help you. I mean, and on top of that, they were going up against the number 1 defense in the world.
3 for 14 on third down.
Going up against the number 1 defense in the world. Now we're the number 2 defense in the world. So hopefully we can have a similar effect on their offense. But you're asking me why? That's why.
Their offense only got the ball into the red zone 1 time. They scored from outside the red zone, but they only were in the red zone 1 time.
Yeah, I'm just not dumb enough to think that. I'm not calling you dumb, sort of. I guess I am. I'm just not dumb enough to think that a game or 2 takes away an entire season's worth of productivity.
Okay, but that's a trip to me to think that their offense somehow is going to be better on the road than it has been in 2 playoff games back in New England.
You know what? I'll tell you the biggest reason in the Texans game specifically why their offense struggled. They were not ready for the pass rush that the Texans brought.
That looked clear, yes.
And the Houston Texans pass rush got after the Patriots offensive line.
No doubt about it.
That was the biggest reason.
Can the Broncos replicate that?
I think so, yeah. I hope so.
I think so, too. What has to not happen, obviously, is Stidham cannot, whatever Tyler, Stidham does or doesn't do, you can't be reckless with the ball. I would rather you just fall on the ground and we'll punt it away with our all-rookie punter, by the way. I don't know if you guys caught that, but Crawshaw was named like all-rookie punter. Like a rookie team was announced. He was the punter on the team. But Crawshaw has been unbelievable. And, at Mile High, in what appears to be, according to Chris Bianchi, colder temperatures than initially expected. But borderline maybe some snow.
I think Jarrett Stidham is going to go out and make some throws that looks like he's got ice in his veins. I do. I think he's going to take some chances that even Bo Nix doesn't take. But here's one thing I fully expect, and most fans need to just get this into your head. You might not win the turnover battle this week. And you should fully expect Jarrett Stidham to toss an interception or 2. I mean, listen, it's just not realistic to think that a guy is going to go from 2 full seasons of not playing an NFL game to playing a turnover-free football game. It's different. He's not going to be seeing the field the same way that Bo Nix did. He's not going to probably go through the progressions the same way that Bo Nix does. Or maybe he's going to take more chances than Bo Nix does rather than taking the checkdowns all the time. But I actually, and that doesn't mean that Jared can't have a great game with a turnover or 2. But my point is, I think it's really unlikely that he plays mistake-free football.
I don't have
I think he's going to follow the game plan as well, if not better than Bo. I think Bo kind of fought it for a little bit, and then Bo kind of, you can see, kind of just a turn in and bought all in. But I'm with you, Tyler. I think there will be more chances. You got 1, 2, 3 progressions. Bo might go 1, 2, 3, and the third is that the guy in the flats. I think Stidham will go 1, 2 at 1 with. All right, now I'll do 3. Listen. I think he's going to do fine. I think he's going to do fine. I think we're going to be pleasantly surprised. And if Denver were to lose a game, I will be shocked if we sit here on the following Monday going, well, it was because the backup quarterback sucked.
We have, I won't say it's a secret weapon. It's not as dramatic as yours, Scott, because I don't have your mind, nor your body, nor the scary creatures that exist behind you in your living room. But I do have a fun factoid about this game that you might not know. And we have a very brave soul in Boston representing Denver, Colorado. And we appreciate him. We should. And we honor him coming up next. All right, we got action tonight. We have the Lakers here. Hello, LeBron. How you doing? And we'll see who's actually healthy and available for the Nuggets tonight. 7:30 pregame, 8 o'clock. Postgame right here in the paint with Dan Tanner on the old digital YouTube after that. And then Wednesday, we have the Avs and the Ducks, 6:30 pregame for that. And we have another keyword, as is an Avs Ticket Tuesday. A reminder, we're your home for Westwood One's coverage of the NFL. So on Sunday, you can hear the Broncos game right here. That's the Westwood One call, but yes, you can hear play-by-play of the Broncos right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And after that, the Seahawks and the Rams. So that's a cool deal. And
if Denver wins, it goes to the big game?
Yes, sir. And we'll have that too. How about that? You're home for Westwood One play-by-play. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We love football. Yay, team. Factoid for you, and I don't know if this is that big of a deal, but it's kind of an interesting little one. We have two brothers that are playing against each other in this particular game. Do you know who they are? Two brothers, one on the Broncos, one on the Patriots, playing against each other. When I say play against each other, they both play defense. A little bit of a hint. And so they won't play directly against each other, but you know what I'm saying, like on different teams. Do you know who they are?
I don't think so. Can I get a clue?
They have one of the deepest NFL family football legacies that exist.
Didn't their dad play for the Broncos at
Their
one point?
dad played for, I wasn't going to go there because that makes it a little bit too easy, but their dad did play for the Broncos.
Deepest legacies that exist.
Mm-hmm.
And he plays on our defense.
Yes.
So I got to think of a legacy player on our defense. A Surtain
Well, the
would
family,
be a legacy.
the family. Yes, Surtain would be a legacy, sure.
I don't know. Zach.
Oh, you're close, Scott.
Is Luther the dad?
Luther's the dad.
Oh, Jonah Ellis and who?
Christian Ellis. One of 3 or 4 total Ellis brothers in the NFL, which is wild. His brother Noah plays for the Eagles and Kane plays for the Falcons.
That is crazy.
Jonah plays for the Broncos and Christian plays for the Patriots.
Wow.
They are one of 12. Jonah is one of 12 kids, 7 adopted by Luther and his wife. How about that? And so you have a dad who played in the NFL, and you have 4 sons who play in the NFL, including 2 brothers playing against each other this weekend.
Just goes to show you it isn't always about genetics. Hard work goes a long ways. I'm serious.
I guess so. And maybe being from Utah, there's something about that too. Although Luther's originally from Mancos, Colorado, which is down on the 4 corners. Like it's one of them towns like right there on the 4 corners in the absolute, corner of our state right there. So Luther Ellis, what a family, huh? And what a football legacy they have. 4 kids in the NFL.
I mean, not as high prolific as quarterback, but dude, when you got that many guys and that many sons all in the NFL, that is kind of some NFL royalty that ought to be talked about a little bit more.
Yeah, no kidding.
I think it's pretty amazing. And Jonah was drafted, but the rest were undrafted guys. Kind of pull yourself up by your bootstraps sort of dudes. Christian is a impactful player for the Patriots. Impactful. He is a heavy-hitting inside linebacker sort of dude. I think Jonah's probably a little bit bigger, maybe just a pinch. But Christian Ellis can lay the wood, man. And they do have an attack-style defense. They do, and Christian Ellis is actually a big part of that. So there you go for whatever you need to know on that one.
Well, and you know what? It's not going to be a Manning family, but you're going to have an Ellis family represented in the Super Bowl this year, aren't you?
No doubt about it. So there you go.
That is a guarantee.
Derek White. What kind of guy is Derek White, Scott?
Seems like a nice guy. I've tried to talk to him. I remember when I first introduced myself early in, I don't know if his rookie or first year in San Antonio, was always a good guy. Has really developed into something different than I think he was drafted or when he came into the league as. But I think he's a good dude. I like him.
This soundbite I absolutely love, and I've got a group thread with a bunch of my high school friends. My lead singer from our band, my high school band, is coming to town with his family. His son goes to DU.
What was the name of that band?
exit, like X-IT, like it, like.
Got it.
Like, man.
Not bad.
Douche, exit. I thought it was a cool name. He was the best looking guy in our high school. I mean, it's hands down. Like, he is unequivocally like a great looking dude in his mid-50s. If they had mid-50s model magazines, he'd be the cover guy. And he happened to be my best friend, which of course was, pathetic for me. Good for him, I suppose. Because I started the band. He couldn't even really sing that great, but he was so good looking, Scott, like it didn't matter. Anyways, turns out he's rich now too. Because he just sent me, hey, we're coming in. I got like 6 seats. I go, where are you sitting? He goes, 128, row 13. And I looked it up. I'm like, oh my God. These are unbelievable. It's like, behind the Patriots bench near the tunnel where the Patriots would come in. And then he's like, yeah, I'm staying at this fancy hotel. I looked it up. It's a fancy hotel. And then I'm like, oh, well, okay. He goes, I'd love to see you. And now I'm like, I don't know. But anyways, Derek White at least is representing for Denver.
What are your thoughts on Broncos, Patriots? Have you started breaking down Jared Stidham? Yeah. I like the Broncos. All right, I like the Broncos. I don't know how they're going to win, but they're going to win. It's in Denver. New England has struggled in Denver in the past. It'll be a good game, though. Do you have, like, applications of, a lot of Patriots fans? I've talked to her. We got a lot of Patriots fans around here, but, I would hold it down for Denver, and we got a long week ahead of me. I want to jump to conclusion. But Jared Stidham, I've been watching highlights. I'm positive with it right now, and so should be a good game.
All right. Good for Derek White, right, Scott? Tyler, good for Derek White?
Yep.
Okay.
He'd be dead to me if he was in my city doing that, but good for Derek White. I'm not a Celtics or Patriots fan.
Hesitantly supportive. You can tell in his voice. I could be sliding down a slippery slope, but I gotta stay from where I come.
Well, it's funny, in the group text I was in, my high school buddies who are all Celtics fans, about 10 of them, they love Derek White. They don't like him. They love him because he's that he really has that kind of old school Celtic spirit. You know what I mean? Like, again, not the fanciest of guys, but like a clutch dude.
They still loving Derek White?
Well, it was funny because I put this little sound, in the group text, like, hey, you guys got a traitor in your mids. And they're like, oh, no, not our hero, Derek White. Like, don't do that to Derek. Like, it's like coming to their revelation that the guy's actually from Denver and still likes the Broncos. But they love him because you brought him a championship. Okay, here's the test that you got to do, Scotty. You got an assignment for tonight. It's a simple assignment. You got to go up to Bruce Brown and get him on record him somehow. You got to ask Bruce Brown who he's pulling for in this particular game. Because you guys realize Bruce Brown is from Boston.
Oh, yeah, but Bruce isn't a dummy. Bruce knows where his bread is buttered. Yeah.
It feels like the guy who
I would be shocked if Bruce Brown said anything other than being all in on the Broncos.
Okay, because he has the same exact upbringing.
I got you.
It's a little different because he went to the University of Miami for college, and Derek started at UCCS and then CU. But essentially, they both grew up theoretically rooting.
But there's a part of me that doesn't want Scott to ask this question because I don't want Bruce to be dead to me. And if he answers it the wrong way, he's going to be dead to me.
And Bruce would be growing up in the era of Tom Brady winning Super Bowls there in Boston.
I kind of don't want Scott to even ask the question.
Scott, are you willing to take on this challenge?
Well, if I see him out warming up, I may just say, hey, okay, who you got this weekend?
All right. Well, I want to hear from him, though. I don't want just little side conversations. We want to.
What do you think? I walk around with a microphone and a camera?
You just need your telephone. You just need your little iPhone there. You don't want to do it? Oh, okay.
Sanctity of the court. When they're on the court, that's the only time I'll see him.
All right. What do you think he'll say?
Broncos.
You think he'll pull for the Broncos?
Yeah.
Would you guys think less of him if he said, no, I'm pulling for the Patriots. That's where I'm from.
I would be upset. Yep. Like, is it like a real anger? I don't like the dude. No, but it would be like you're dead to me. Yeah,
you're dead to me.
Hey, Bruce did that cover on Mile High Sports. Where he's out there and they're herding cattle and riding horses for a couple hours.
Yes.
He told me, he said, boy, my butt hurt for a day and a half after that. He said, but man, that's the life. He said, I'm actually looking for a place with a little land here now.
I don't think
So
there's.
I got to believe he's all in.
I don't think there's been an athlete who's been outside of Colorado who's come here who's embraced, especially the rural aspects of Colorado more than Bruce Brown. Can you guys think of anybody who's come from the outside and just kind of like became Colorado like Bruce?
Nah, shoot, he's got a Douglas tattoo. He's all in on this city.
And he's like into like the rodeo and the cowboy, not the foo-foo, she, all that sort of parts of Colorado. But he did grow up in Boston. Listen, one way or the other, I'll be curious to see who Bruce is rooting for there, Scott. One way or the other. I think that'll be fun. And good for Derek White, right?
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah. We'll see how that goes.
But here's the thing. Say, where does Derek White live in the offseason? Doesn't he still have a place here in Colorado?
I think he does, man. I mean,
I'm pretty sure he's got a place in Parker.
I remember him walking around that golf tournament with the
trophy.
Yeah, he was.
Remember that?
He was gallerying with Wyndham Clark.
Right, exactly. So I think Derek does. It feels like he does come back here, right?
Yeah.
Does Bruce not live here full time? Where does Bruce
well, like
play
I
his
said,
cowboy
he
hat?
said he's looking. He said after doing that shoot all day, he said they were out there for 8-10 hours. He said after doing that, he said I'm looking for a place like that here in Colorado.
How has Bruce been doing, man, in light of everything that's been going on?
He's struggling. Statistically, he's struggling. He's missing a lot of layups. If he just make his layups, he'd probably be okay. His three balls kind of disappeared on him, but he's still making impact on the floor with his energy and his defense. But yeah, I think he could shoot the ball a lot better than he shot at the first 42 games.
What do you think's going on?
Oh, I don't know. I think they're asking him to do too much with all the injuries. I think they're asking him to be more of this or that, and he doesn't need to be this or that. When Bruce is best, he's a compliment guy, and I think they're asking him to be more than a compliment guy.
How's Jalen Pickett doing alongside of Jamal?
Because that's solid. They've been okay.
They've been playing a lot together like that.
Yeah, they've been okay. I'm surprised they play them together, but I think they've been doing okay, and I think it's been good for Jalen. My biggest worry, and I sent you guys that LinkedIn article from Spencer Jones about that rookie wall is real and and blah blah blah, and he's played like it, and he's reverted, in my opinion, the last 5 games, and since he got sick and had that ankle injury, so that still may be festering, but he hasn't played with the offensive confidence he was playing early on with, and he's got to get that back, because they're going to still probably need him throughout the year. So yeah, it's like we're talking with Stidham. You're good for a game or two, but now when you ask guys that were total bench guys for 17 games to go, hey, be our starting quarterback for 10 or 12, there's still a reason they were bench guys. You know what I'm saying? There's still a reason they had been coming off the bench. Now you can learn more from them, and you can trust them more. Instead of giving them 5 minutes, you can give them 15. But they're still probably bench guys. And there's a
Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Men, with the new year here, 2026, it's time to make real positive changes in your life. And if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction and you're ready to move past